It begins with wind, a soundless moan that slithers down the icy flanks of the Trishul Massif, brushing over the ridges like the breath of something long dead. Beneath that wind, cradled like an eye within the mountain's stony brow, lies Rupkund Lake, a frozen mirror so still it could have been cast by a god to remember his sorrow. The locals never speak of it at night. They do not sing near it. They do not drink from it. And when the snow thickens like silence over the land, they say the lake begins to murmur. Bones shift beneath the ice. Old stories stir. The year was 1942. The world far below was convulsing in war, but high in Uttarakhand's desolate reaches, a forest ranger wandered into legend. His boots cracked through ice like glass, and what lay beneath it did not belong to any living world. Skulls, hundreds of them, some with fractures so clean, so deliberate, it seemed as if the sky itself had hurled stones in wrath. Femurs wrapped in sinew, ribs still clothed in tattered wool, skeletons of men, women, children, frozen mid-gesture, their mouths forever open in unfinished cries, and none of them buried, all exposed, as if the mountain had refused to let them rest. The lake became a wound in the snow, a wound that bled secrets. No one knows when they came. Some say the 9th century, others place their journey in the 10th. But the tale coils deeper than any one year. They were pilgrims perhaps, on a sacred journey to Nanda Devi, the mountain goddess who slumbers in those heights like a queen wrapped in fog. The lore speaks of processions that danced through valleys, chanting songs older than written word, offering devotion at high altars where the air itself grows thin enough to hear the divine. But to approach the sacred is to risk trespass, and the goddess, they say, is not easily pleased. One version of the story, still sung in fearful hush by village grandmothers, tells of a king who sought redemption. He had sinned, perhaps in pride or desire or arrogance. To cleanse his soul, he led his wife and 1,000 followers on foot across the ridges to pay homage to Nanda Devi. They brought dancers, music, silk, gold, a procession of earthly splendor meant for the heavens. But the goddess does not want to be seen in finery. She does not welcome joy on her doorstep, and so she sent the sky to punish them. The storm rose like a hand, no warning, no retreat, just a roar that drowned all prayer. Hailstones the size of fists descended with unnatural fury. Some tried to run, slipping on shale. Others clutched their children and waited for mercy that never came. Their skulls were caved in, not by blades or arrows, but by the sky itself. Blunt trauma, all of it, precise, uniform, as if something beyond clouds had aimed with purpose. And when the storm passed, no one remained to bury the dead. The lake became their crypt. Centuries passed. Snow layered over the bones, year upon year, a white silence pressing history beneath it. And still, no wolf scattered them. No avalanche buried them deeper. They lay where they fell, untouched, as if eventime was afraid to move them. When scientists finally came, decades after that first wartime discovery, they brought instruments and carbon dating and DNA tests. They scraped ice and pulled secrets with gloved fingers. The results were as confounding as the bones themselves. The dead hailed not from one group, but two, separated by almost a millennium. One from the 9th century, as the legends claimed, another from the 19th. Strangers bound by the same fate. Two pilgrimages, two tragedies echoing each other in the same cursed bowl. One group bore South Asian ancestry, consistent with Himalayan villagers, but the second Pale bones, strange garments were traced to the Mediterranean, Greek, possibly Cretan. What were they doing here? What roads brought them to a sacred lake lost among clouds? The mountain, of course, gives no answer. It has only silence. Some claim a forgotten army marched this way. Maybe they fled war. Maybe they sought something, a relic, a vision, a cure. The mountains are full of whispers after all, caves where monks vanish into trance, footprints in stone that belong to none but gods. Maybe these travelers heard one such whisper and believed it. Maybe they climbed in hope, only to be unmade by what waited in the thin air. But science can tell only so much. It can measure fractures. It can date collagen. But it cannot tell you what the final moment felt like. It cannot translate the terror of a mother shielding a child from an iron sky. It cannot hear the prayers offered through cracked teeth. It cannot feel the betrayal of a god that does not answer. And even now, in the age of satellites and thermal scans, the lake refuses clarity. Each year, the ice recedes just enough to reveal the bones, just enough to remind. Then the snow returns, as if the mountain reclaims its dead in cycles, never allowing the world below to forget, but never giving it peace either. Locals still avoid Rupkund. They say it's unlucky to speak of the lake after dusk, that if you listen too closely to the wind around it, you'll hear weeping. Not cries of pain, but soft, regretful sounds, like a memory the mountain wishes it could unmake. Some monks claim Rupkund is a gateway, a liminal place where karma collects and judgments are passed. Not all who go there die, but those who do are marked, chosen perhaps, or cursed. Every year the snow melts, the bones rise. Not all, just some, just enough. They lie there, waiting, not for burial, but for understanding, for someone to kneel in the quiet and listen, for someone to ask the right question with a clean heart. But no question is ever enough. In the end, Rupkund is not a riddle to be solved. It is a story told in white and red, in silence and fracture, in pilgrimage and punishment. It is a wound that pulses beneath the snow, reminding us that the sacred does not forgive easily, and that the past, no matter how long buried, always finds its way back into the light. So sleep now, if you can, with this in your mind. A lake that sings when no one watches, bones that whisper when snow begins to fall, and a mountain that keeps its silence, not because it knows nothing, but because it remembers too much. She was waiting, still as nightfall, beneath the breathless hush of jungle canopy, while the vines curled like sleeping serpents around the crumbling stone, and the howler monkeys howled laments to the dusk. She rested in a palace of silence, undisturbed, unseen, untouched. The air above her tomb pressed thick with centuries of damp and sorrow, and even the roots that reached downward seemed hesitant to trespass where she lay. They found her in 1994, but her story does not begin there. Long before men with dust-brushed boots and flashlights descended into the hidden crypt, there was firelight and incense in the city called Lakama, now known to us as Palenque. It rose from the earth like a vision, white stone temples piercing the canopy, sweat-born priests chanting to jade gods, and rulers who carved their names in eternity. Among them, King Pakal the Great reigned like a demigod, his bones now sealed in the temple of the inscriptions. Yet even he, mighty as the Keba tree, had someone waiting near him in death, though not beside him. Her tomb was built with devotion. That much is known. Whoever she was meant to rest in solitude, far from the footsteps of the living. her sarcophagus sealed with scarlet cinnabar, a poisonous dust sacred to the Maya, the color of divine blood, of a sacred death. When the archaeologists opened the stone lid, the air inside tasted metallic, and time itself seemed to recoil. The Red Queen lay before them, her bones still stained crimson, as if death had blushed at her presence. No inscription marked her name, no carved stela bore her story, and that absence was louder than any record. Some say she was Pakal's consort, Tsakbuajau, a noblewoman of great power who bore the bloodline onward like a sacred fire. Others whisper she was his mother, the matriarch who lifted him to godhood and sat beside priests in the shadow of temples, whispering omens. But a third tale lingers still, that she was not a queen by marriage, nor by birth, but by something deeper, something divine. Perhaps she was chosen, not crowned. Perhaps she was a vessel. The Maya believed in the thinness of the veil between worlds, between gods and men, between past and present. In dreams, their kings spoke to ancestors. In rituals, they drew blood to feed the unseen. And sometimes, just sometimes, a woman would walk among them with eyes too still, voice too knowing, hands too cold for flesh. They say when Pakal's court gathered for feasts, she would remain apart, seated beneath the shadow of the temple wall, where no candlelight touched her face. She wore red, not the vibrant red of warriors or dancers, but the somber, sacred shade of cinnabar. Her headdress bore feathers that had never seen the sky. Children whispered that her feet left no footprints. Servants left offerings at her chamber doors, and none dared linger. One night, when a comet bled across the sky, the priests awoke from shared dreams, each murmuring the same name, though they would not speak it aloud. The Red Queen had entered their visions, and the gods had listened. That night, the temple fires burned longer. The city drums fell silent, and somewhere deep in the palace, the Red Queen stood at a mirror of obsidian, watching her reflection tremble like a pool stirred by an unseen wind. Time passed. The jungle crept in. Pakal died, buried with riches and carved myth, his jade mask pressed to the bone of his face. His name echoed in stone, but she was sealed in silence. Her tomb held no treasure, no tribute, save for the dust of sacrifice and a single jaguar bone wrapped in crimson thread. And yet, her death was marked by reverence. The walls around her were painted once, but now bore only shadows. At her head, a niche opened into blackness, as if awaiting a voice that would never come. The cinnabar, so toxic that it kills slowly over decades, coated every surface of her resting place. It was both offering and warning, a blessing and a curse. Why poison the tomb unless to preserve a secret? Why hide her unless someone feared she might be found? The day her crypt was uncovered, the jungle birds did not sing. The wind, usually restless among the canopy, fell still. And as the lid slid open and the red dust curled like breath from the grave, those present felt an ache behind their eyes. Something unspoken, something ancient. Her bones were delicate, regal. Her skull reconstructed with careful hands, her cheekbones echoing nobility. But no reconstruction could restore what mattered: her voice, her gaze, her silence, that lived in the temple stones, in the gaps between glyphs, in the quiet hush of midnight when the ruins remember. Even now, no one agrees on her name. She is called the Red Queen, as if a title could contain her. But the Maya had no queens, not in the way we understand. They had priestesses, bloodline bearers, avatars of the gods. She may have been one or all or none. Her cinnabar shroud still whispers, The scarlet dust clings to her bones like a lover. Her tomb, now lit by electric bulbs and studied eyes, still breathes of incense and ritual. And some say, if you stand too long before her resting place, you'll hear the distant sound of drums. Not from tourists or speakers, but from beneath the stone itself, a rhythm steady and slow, like the pulse of a waiting god. Because she was not meant to be found. Her tomb was not desecrated, nor robbed, nor touched for over 1,000 years. The jungle, so often ruthless in its reclamation, spared her chamber. The rains that wore down temples did not flood her steps. The roots that tore apart altars curled instead around her tomb like guardians, as if the earth itself obeyed her slumber. Now late at night, when the moon climbs high over Chiapas and the ruins turn silver under its gaze, some wanderers speak of a figure in red moving between columns. Not a ghost, they say, but something slower, older. Presence. Her presence. She walked once among kings and incense, shadow and jaguar. Now she rests beneath silence and stone. But she is not forgotten. Not truly. Some mysteries are not meant to be solved. Some names are too sacred to be spoken aloud. And some queens do not require a crown nor a throne to reign eternal. She waits still, and the jungle, reverent and patient, keeps her secret. They came at night, those who stirred the dust of empires. Beneath the velvet dark of Samarkand's sky, where the stars hung cold and watchful above the ruins of conquest, 3 men pried open a vault that the centuries had kept sealed. They wore science like armor, these Soviet archaeologists, wielding tools of reason in a land ruled by myth. But the air was heavy that night, thick as dried blood and dense with silence, like a breath held too long. And below the crescent domes of the Gure Amir, something waited, buried not just in stone, but in wrath. They had come for Tamerlane, Timur the Lame, the scourge of God, whose empire once turned cities to ash and skulls to pyramids. In 1941, under Stalin's direction, the tomb that had slept for over 5 centuries was ordered open. A man of war would rise in death, they thought, to serve the banner of progress. But those who carried the keys did not sleep easy. The elders of Samarkand had warned them, murmuring prayers at the threshold, reciting a curse carved in script like daggers upon the stone. Whosoever disturbs my tomb will unleash an invader more terrible than I. It was said in the hush of caravan courtyards that Timur's bones had been sealed thrice, once in polished jade, once in silver, once in stone. That sacred rites had been sung over his corpse by shamans of fire and shadow, each chant a lock against the rage still coiled in his marrow. They did not bury a man, the legend went. They chained a storm. And still, the vault was broken. Beneath a cracked crescent of blue tile and dust-choked carvings, the slab was raised. The chamber sighed. It was not air that spilled forth. It was a silence so total that the living stepped back. Some say the scent was of ancient incense and rotted musk. Others swore they smelled copper and old blood. His body lay wrapped in the shroud of kings, and yet there was something about the way it bent at the shoulders, like it had never quite stopped reaching for the sword. Within hours, the wind over Samarkand shifted. The clouds swirled like stirred ash, and far to the north, in the heart of Europe, another tomb cracked open. Not of stone, but of ambition. 3 days later, Hitler launched Operation Barbarossa. 3 million German troops poured into the Soviet Union. Forests burned. Rivers ran backward with corpses. The largest invasion in human history had begun, its timing so precise, so uncanny that the whispers in Samarkand spread like roots in grave soil. The curse was not a parable, the people said. It was a pact. Across the plains of Belarus and the snows of Smolensk, the Wehrmacht surged forward. Cities fell like dominoes, and Stalin, who had mocked superstition, grew pale in his dacha. The priests of the old ways returned to their fires, murmuring that Timur had sent a ghost more ruthless than himself. The vault had not been opened. It had been unsealed. There is no proof, of course, but there are patterns, like veins beneath skin. The tomb was opened on June 19th. Barbarossa began on June 22nd. Mere coincidence? Perhaps. But some say the air in Samarkand changed that week. That dogs would not go near the mausoleum. That birds flew in crooked spirals above the dome. As Soviet troops were pushed back toward Moscow, someone in Stalin's circle began to tremble. And so, in December of 1942, they sent Timur home. With trembling reverence and a train car wrapped in red velvet and night, they carried his bones back to Samarkand. This time, they did not come with drills or notebooks. They came with incense, with imams, with whispered apologies in the languages of empire and ruin. The rites were read aloud in the ancient tongue. The tomb was resealed, not with stone, but with regret. Weeks later, the tides of war turned. The Nazi line broke. Stalingrad stood like a broken tooth in the snows and bled, but did not fall. Some historians scoff. Correlation, they say, not causation. War has its own logic. But the elders of Samarkand still shake their heads. They say it was not the Red Army that turned the tide. It was the soul of Tamerlane, appeased at last. And the vault, now sealed beneath the turquoise dome, hums faintly in the dark. Those who dare place their ear against the marble say they hear a heartbeat, not slow, not fast, just steady, as if waiting. To this day, no one speaks loudly within Gure Amir. Tourists walk lightly, as if stepping through a temple. The air is cool, always, like the breath of a cellar where something old slumbers. And on the tombstone, the warning remains carved in cruel, elegant script. Whosoever disturbs my tomb will unleash an invader more terrible than I. It is said the bones of conquerors do not rot, that they calcify into anchors of rage. That time does not erase wrath. It only teaches it to wait. And in the belly of that crypt, wrapped in silk and sealed in shadow, Timur waits still, not for resurrection, not for redemption, but for silence, for the dust of empire to settle, for the breath of another fool to break the seal again. They say the dead do not stir, that in their stone sleep they remember nothing, feel nothing, want for nothing. But what if the silence beneath the soil is not peace, but pressure? What if it builds and builds until the tomb becomes a vessel of rage? In the sun-drenched stillness of Barbados, amidst the sugarcane fields and whispering palms of Christchurch Parish, lies a vault unlike any other, a tomb that would not rest, a vault that screamed in silence, where leaden coffins did not lie meekly in the dust, but thundered in the dark, crashing against the stone as if the dead within were clawing at the walls of eternity. The Chase Vault. It stands still now, empty, quiet. But for 8 long years, in the early 1800s, it defied all laws of reason, of gravity, of death. It begins, as these things do, with a burial. In 1708, Thomasina Goddard was placed in the vault, a modest coffin, a simple interment. The heavy stone slab sealed the tomb, and for 4 years it lay undisturbed beneath the tropical soil. But then came the Chase family. In 1809, the vault was reopened for the burial of Mary Anna Chase, just 2 years old. Her coffin was small, lead-lined, and heavy beyond its years. The vault accepted her without protest. The slab was resealed. 1 year later, 1810, Dorcas Chase, aged 20, was interred. Her death was a quiet grief, but her father's was not. Barely a month passed before Thomas Chase himself died, some whispered by his own hand. The family vault groaned open once more, but something was wrong. Inside, the coffins had moved. Mary Anna's tiny casket had shifted, no longer aligned, but pushed to the far end of the chamber. Dorcas's had turned. Thomasina Goddard's was untouched, resting where it had always been. But the Chase coffins, heavy with lead, had been tossed like driftwood. No sign of forced entry, no water damage, no earthquake. The stone slab above had been sealed with cement, intact. Still, perhaps it was prankery, vandalism, men with strong backs and dark humor. So the coffins were righted, stacked, reordered. The vault resealed with fresh mortar. The governor himself, Lord Combermere, was notified, and yet the dead did not stay. In 1816, another death brought the family back. The vault opened again. Again the coffins were in disarray. Mary Anna's leaden casket was now vertical, balanced on its head. Dorcas's had slammed against the wall. Thomas's, one of the heaviest, had flipped completely. This time the family grew afraid. Cement was examined, the slab untouched. The underground chamber showed no cracks, no water intrusion. The sand outside was undisturbed. There was no way in. And yet something had been inside. Still, the vault was ordered once more, sealed and watched. When next it opened, in 1817, it had been guarded. The cement was firm, the slab unbroken. Yet again, the coffins lay strewn like dice across the stone floor, as if hurled by unseen hands. A sense of sacred fear crept through Christchurch. Masons whispered of cursed ground. Slaves refused to approach. Some said the family had wronged the dead. Others, that the Chases had brought something back from beyond the sea. Something restless. Something wrathful. By 1819, the tale reached a fever pitch. The governor of Barbados ordered an official investigation. When the vault was next opened, under watchful eyes, in full daylight, a crowd had gathered. Soldiers stood guard. The slab was lifted. Chaos, coffins upright, others smashed into corners, lead dented, wood splintered. A violent wind escaped the tomb, though the air was still. There were no tracks in the dust outside, no breach, and yet inside, a storm had passed. This time, it was not just the Chases who were afraid. An order was issued. The vault would be emptied. Coffins were removed, one by one, and reburied elsewhere. The interior was scoured. The stone floor swept clean. The vault was sealed again. But this time, forever. Today, it is still there. Sun-bleached limestone, sunken into the earth, empty, watching. Some say it was natural. Seismic gas, soil movement, or underground flooding. But there was no water, no fault line, no disturbance of the earth around it, only within. Others speak in whispers, of rituals, of wrath, of the land's memory. The Chases were not loved. It is said Thomas Chase was cruel, a man who broke spirits as easily as he broke trusts. Dorcas, some claimed, had wasted from grief or from poison. Her coffin, they say, cried in the night. And Mary Anna, a child, yes, but her coffin moved more than any other. Always flung furthest, always turned. Was it their grief that stirred the crypt, or something deeper? Did the vault itself become a crucible, binding their unrest into fury? Did their unspoken pain echo against the stone until it turned to rage. The island remembers. The tomb, they say, hums when the moon is full. Animals avoid it. Grass grows thin upon its roof. And though it lies empty now, the air around it is thick, dense with something unsaid. A silence that listens back. Perhaps the dead did not sleep. Perhaps they were not permitted to. In Barbados, they do not speak of the Chase Vault lightly. They pass it on the way to the sea, eyes averted, steps quickened. The limestone remains unbroken, the coffins never returned. But something remains, a warning, a wound, a place where the silence screams. Beneath the withered breath of the desert, where the wind moans like a mourner forever lost in lament, there lies a tomb untouched by name. The sand around it shifts like memory, fleeting, untrustworthy, ancient. It was 2018 when men with brushes and reverence uncovered its sealed stone threshold in the necropolis of Saqqara. The air turned still, as if the earth itself held its breath. Beneath layers of rock and time, behind the hush of history's forgotten pages, they found a child. Not a pharaoh, not a priest, not even a man. A boy no older than 8, resting in silence as deep as the grave that held him. He was swaddled in linen that glittered with flakes of gold, his form folded like a prayer. Time had gnawed away at his body, but not his mystery. He lay among nobles, near the burial chambers of men whose names were etched in cartouches and sung in temple hymns. But his tomb bore no inscription, no statue, no stele, just smooth limestone walls, blank as an erased scroll. And in his withered hand, curled as though frozen mid-lullaby, was an ivory toy, carved delicately, the shape of a bird with outstretched wings. Not a weapon, not a tool of ceremony, a child's plaything. The embalmers had not treated him lightly. His linen was of the highest grade, his shroud tinted with natron and resin like those of the exalted. Amulets, delicate and sacred, nestled against his ribs. A scarab rested upon his heart. But there was no name to summon his spirit in the afterlife. He was rich in burial, but poor in remembrance. He had been laid among kings, yet erased like a sin. Some believe he was a prince, an heir to the divine bloodline, caught in the cruel tides of palace politics. A brother to a boy king, perhaps, or the secret son of a high priestess. In times when a single dream could unseat a dynasty, when omens weighed heavier than truth, a child could vanish, not only from life, but from record. A whisper in the wrong ear, and a name could be plucked from time like a reed from the Nile. Others whisper of plague. The boy's bones tell a tale in silence, etched with lesions of disease and the unmistakable signs of famine. His marrow, when studied, carried the ghost of starvation. Yet around him were treasures, ornaments, ivory combs, and sacred beetles. Some scholars dare to suggest a darker fate, that he was chosen, an offering to the gods in a time of pestilence, not murdered in cruelty, but sent into the afterlife as a plea. A boy bathed in oils, anointed in chants, handed to Anubis as a token of humanity's desperation. Picture it, a sunless day in the twilight of the Old Kingdom. A boy lies still upon a slab of alabaster. The priests murmur. The walls of the temple flicker with torchlight. His mother is not allowed to weep. Outside, the people cry from hunger, from rot. But within, the ritual must be completed. They killed the child's feet. They placed the toy in his hand, his favorite. And when they lay him to rest, they do so among the elite, as if to fool the gods, or perhaps appease them. No name is carved, for to name him would call him back. And this child, they say, was never to rise. But if this was sacrifice, Why such tenderness? The linen wrapped with care, the scarab to guard his heart, the lotus tucked beneath his spine. These were not the gestures of fear, they were acts of love. Someone mourned him, someone with power and sorrow enough to defy tradition, to hide grief behind grandeur. A queen, perhaps, whose womb bore only shadows. A father cloaked in gold, crumbling inside. They gave him everything but memory. Millennia passed. The desert covered the tomb like a blanket, soft and heavy. The world forgot. Dynasties rose and crumbled. Empires breathed and perished. But the child remained, still, waiting, beneath stone and silence, until hands unwrapped his tomb like a wound in the earth. And still, no name. Those who enter his chamber report an uncanny quiet. Cameras falter, lights dim. It is as though the boy resists the modern world, recoiling into time's veil. A child with no name, no lineage, no voice, yet still commanding awe. His toy remains clutched in his fingers as if frozen mid-flight. Was he dreaming of birds when he died? Did he hear a song as his soul left his body? Did he know he was being forgotten? The tomb has no curse, but it haunts all the same. There is a sorrow here, deeper than vengeance. It is the grief of a boy lost so completely, even death dared not speak his name. Not as a warning, not as a lesson, but as a wound. A sacred, silent ache buried beneath the grandeur of dynasties. Historians theorize. Tourists pass by. Children press their noses to glass, not knowing they are looking at a ghost who once held a toy like theirs. But the boy rests on, not in anger, not in fear, just in waiting. As if one day, someone might whisper his name back into the world, and he would rise not to judge, but to be known. Sometimes, at night, the wind over Saqqara changes tone. It whistles low and hollow, slipping through tomb doors like fingers. Some say it carries laughter, faint, childlike, distant. Others say it sounds like wings, or the creak of ivory in a withered hand. But most say nothing at all. For some mysteries do not wish to be solved. Some names are not forgotten, they are hidden. And in that silence, they endure. The wind is still beneath the stars of Giza, and the moon casts long, trembling shadows across the desert floor. There, where silence outweighs even time, the great Sphinx lies, its lion's body coiled in patience, its human face worn smooth by the ages, yet still watching, always watching. They say it was already ancient when the pharaohs were born, that its eyes had seen things the pyramids could only dream of, that beneath its immense paws, buried in a bed of sand and secrecy, sleeps a chamber never meant to be opened. They call it the Hall of Records, a name too neat, too earthly for what it might hold. For those who believe in such things, archivists of the arcane, dreamers of Atlantis, and keepers of forgotten faiths, say that beneath the breast of the Sphinx lies a vault not of scrolls, but of memory. A sealed cradle of impossible truths, cast in stone before history had learned to walk. The desert gives little away. It preserves and conceals in equal breath. Caravans have passed, empires have risen and collapsed, wars have scorched the Nile, and yet the Sphinx remains unmoved, part guardian, part enigma, part god. The sands encroach and recede as though repelled by reverence. No one dares brush too close, not in spirit, for even the boldest men sense something ancient there, something that sees. In 1993, the silence cracked, not with the roar of an army or the blunder of tomb raiders, but with a whisper. A group of researchers, armed not with spades but with seismic instruments, charted the hidden foundations of the Sphinx. Beneath it, deep and rectangular, a void, perfect in shape, unnatural in its absence, a chamber, silent and sealed, man-made or something close enough to it. The readings were clear, the science unshaken. A doorway to something forgotten waited beneath the stone belly of the beast. But Egypt, proud, wounded by centuries of foreign theft, said no. No to further digging. No to opening what had been sealed. No to the foreign tongues that spoke of Atlantis and echoed names from myths. For beneath the Sphinx lay not only mystery, but dignity and fear. Because some believed the Sphinx was older than Egypt itself, not a monument of dynasties, but of pre-dynasties, an echo of civilizations erased by flood or fire or time. Those who dared to whisper this heresy spoke of stars and alignments, of how the Sphinx faces the rising Leo of the constellation wheel, how it points to a date not 3,000 years past, but 12,000. A time when ice still claimed the north, and men wore their kingdoms on stone rather than paper. The chamber, they said, was left behind by those who came before the flood, before language was written down, before man had names for gods, and in that chamber was kept the truth. Truth that would undo all myths, or perhaps crown them. Imagine a room not built by hands as we know them, but carved by intellects half remembered in dreams, walls etched in symbols we no longer see, lightless yet illuminated by something other than fire, within scrolls of crystal or slabs of memory, not written but sung into being by a tongue no longer spoken, a story of where we come from, and perhaps where we are going. Some say it was Atlantean, others Lemurian, but those are just names clung to by the desperate, trying to grasp something ungraspable. In truth, no word exists for what it is. Only silence. Only the echo of something once divine. There are tales, fringe tales, of explorers who tried to go further. Quiet men in tan uniforms, funded by whispers and vanishing grants. One, it said, found a passage, narrow, cut beneath the right paw. But when he reached the threshold, his light flickered out. Not the torchlight, the light within him. He returned half alive, eyes clouded, like a man who had stared too long into something holy and wrong. He spoke only once. It was waiting. What waits beneath that stone womb? Perhaps nothing. Perhaps only rock and more rock. A natural cavity, a coincidence, a story layered upon accident. But then again, that is what skeptics always say, right before history proves them wrong in whispers. And still the Sphinx watches, unblinking, unmoved. Its face is chipped, its body weathered, but its presence is intact, immaculate in mystery. The stars it once aligned with have shifted overhead, but perhaps, deep within, its purpose has not. It was never built to be seen. It was built to guard, and guard it does. For though man has sent machines to Mars and mapped the deepest oceans, he has not dared pierce the chamber beneath the Sphinx. Permissions are blocked. Access is tangled in politics. But perhaps it's not law that restrains us. Perhaps it is something older. A command etched into the very bones of the earth. Not yet. Because some knowledge is not meant for the waking world. Some truths can only be glimpsed in the still hour between midnight and dawn, when the veil is thin and the soul drifts. That is when the Sphinx speaks, not in words, but in weight. In the thunderous silence that presses against your chest and asks softly, "Do you really want to know?" And beneath that silence, something stirs. A breath, slow and vast. A presence that does not slumber, but waits. Maybe the chamber holds records. Maybe it holds nothing. Maybe it holds a mirror. one that shows what mankind once was, or what it can never become again. We may never know, because sometimes the most sacred chambers are not meant to be opened. They are meant to be felt, feared, revered. They are meant to be legend. And as the stars tilt overhead and the moon curls into its grave, the Sphinx remains, silent, eternal, guarding a secret as old as breath. Its eyes, stone but seeing, look always east toward the birth of light. But beneath, in the hush of untouched dust, something ancient listens and remembers. The candle burned low, its flame quivering, as though unsure it should remain in the world of the living. Beneath the monastery's ancient nave, far from the songs of the devout and the clang of mortal bells, a silence gathered, like dust in forgotten corners. In that crypt, where time had lost its name, there lay a knight who would not rot. The monks no longer dared speak his name. If it had ever been etched into the stone, the years had worn it away. All that marked his resting place was a sword, rusted and sleeping, laid flat across his chest, as though to weigh down a soul that refused to rise. Above his still face, a single candle was always kept lit. When it guttered, it relit itself, somehow, somewhere, always relit. And every time the flame returned, so too did the monks' whispered prayers. They said he had betrayed heaven, and that hell, in its fury, refused to open its jaws for him. It was the year 1434, and Prague was choking on fire and fear. The Hussite wars tore through Bohemia like a holy fever, with brother raising sword against brother, and monks dying with psalms caught in their throats. Amid this fury rode a knight in burnished armor, whose name, though forgotten, once struck dread into the hearts of both zealots and kings. They said he had been a protector of the monastery before the war, a man of sacred vows and silent violence, charged with guarding relics too holy to name. But war does strange things to men. They say gold was offered. They say his loyalty swayed like a branch in storm winds. One moonless night, he opened the monastery's gates to the invaders, and the fires that followed baptized the sanctuary in ash. But no one saw what happened next, except the abbot, who lived long enough to say only this: he did not expect the silence. For after the gates had opened, and the smoke had risen, and the relics were carried into the dark by laughing men, the knight turned from the ruin and walked into the crypt beneath the sanctuary. He carried no torch, he carried no shield, only his sword. And there, in the presence of centuries-old bones and saints that had long since turned to dust, he knelt, he prayed. For hours, days, the monks who survived never said. But when they descended into the crypt to see what had become of the traitor, they found him lying on the stone bier. His armor was intact, his eyes were closed, and though his lips were parted as if mid-confession, no breath stirred between them. They left him there. Years passed. Prague rebuilt. The wars waned. New monks arrived, younger and unburdened by the terror of firelit nights. But still, they ventured into the crypt to tend the candles. And every monk who entered came out changed. They said his skin had not withered. It had darkened, yes, like bark left too long in the sun, but not broken. His face was still and solemn, lips pressed, as if keeping a final vow. His hair, dry as straw, remained rooted to his scalp. His armor had rusted over the decades, turning to flake and crust. Yet the man inside it remained. One monk tried to move the sword, just to lift it, they said. It was light enough for a man of his size, but the moment his fingers curled around the hilt, his mouth filled with blood, and he dropped dead on the stones. They buried him beside the others, but never again did they touch the blade. Another monk, bolder than the rest, dared to whisper into the ear of the knight. "Are you alive?" he asked. The crypt was still. But that night, the monk's bed caught fire. He survived, burned but breathing, and he left the monastery before dawn. His final words, scratched in soot across the wall of his chamber, were, "He listens." Over the centuries, theories blossomed like mold on ancient pages. Some said he had made a pact with an angel of death, betrayal in exchange for immortality. Others claimed he was cursed by the relics he had once sworn to protect, that he was chained to the earth until they were found and returned. A few believed he had never truly died at all, that he lay in some unnatural sleep, watching behind shuttered eyelids. One visitor, a pale historian from Vienna, spent 3 days sketching the night in obsessive detail. He left his journal behind. In it, a single passage circled over and over. He is not decaying. He is waiting. The monks stopped recording his miracles after the 7th century of his vigil. By then, it was simply known. The knight would not rot. Birds that flew into the crypt fell dead before landing. Spiders weaved webs around him, but never upon him. No rats dared scurry near. And still the candle burned. Sometimes it dimmed, flickered, vanished, but always, always, it returned. Monks began to believe that when the candle finally failed to relight, the knight would rise, that he waited for the world to forget its sins, or for his orders to march once more. The crypt grew colder with each passing decade, even as the rest of the monastery warmed with modern life. Radiators hummed upstairs, laptops clicked, but beneath it all, the silence held. It was not death that hung in the air, but anticipation. And so he lies there, unnamed and untouched, the silence thick as velvet, the sword unmoved, the candle watching. Sometimes, when the wind howls against the stone, the monks say they hear whispering down there, low, gravelly, not quite human. A sound like breath drawn in through a throat that has not spoken in 600 years. But perhaps the cruelest part of the tale, the part that haunts even those who do not believe, is this. His eyes are closed. Still. But one day, they might not be. The knight who would not rot remains beneath Prague, in a tomb no longer marked, in a crypt whose walls have forgotten their own builders. The candle burns tonight, but if ever you find yourself beneath the city's cobbled skin, and the wind grows still, and the shadows deepen around a silent figure with a sword across his chest, do not speak, do not whisper his name. He has waited too long, and perhaps he is tired of listening. The wall did not scream when it was breached. It sighed, long, low, and final, like an old man exhaling the last warmth of his lungs into the desert dusk. And the city of Dura, Europos, perched like a faded jewel on the banks of the Euphrates, exhaled with it. Sand blew softly through the gate's cracked arch, stirring the dust that had long clung to silent barracks, shuttered temples, and streets once beaten by Roman boots. And then, there was only the wind whispering through bones that no one could find. They had called Dura the fortress of the East, built by the Seleucids, taken by the Parthians, seized by Rome. It was a city of many fathers, but none came to mourn it. The year was 256 AD, when the Persian siege finally reached its throat. Shapur's armies came with ladders and flames, with shadows that crawled beneath the walls. Yet what broke the city wasn't the sword. It was the breath of death itself, thick and black and unseen. Beneath the surface, in a tunnel no wider than a man's shoulders, they found the truth centuries later. A hole scratched through rock and chalk, the Persian sappers digging their way beneath the Roman defenses. But the Romans knew. They tunneled too, desperate to meet them in the dark. When the walls finally yielded to excavation in the 20th century, archaeologists found what the sun had never seen. A dozen scorched corpses curled like sleeping children, their mouths agape in silent screams, armor melted into ash-blackened skin. And beside them, sulfur, bitumen, and the residue of a chemical fire that had stolen the very air from their lungs. Yet that was only part of the tale. For while the tunnel held its dead, the city held a deeper silence. The main barracks, empty, not ransacked, not burned, neat, unbroken helmets stacked like offerings, sandaled boots still by the bedsides, mess kits on tables, untouched by siege or looters. The soldiers, it seemed, had vanished. No signs of struggle, no hastily dug graves, no lines drawn in blood on the thresholds. Just absence, as though the earth itself had swallowed them whole. Some said they had fled into the desert, abandoning the walls to their fate. But even the desert does not eat all at once. There would have been signs, bleached bones in wadis, rusted blades where men fell in panic. But there was nothing, only their armor, sleeping in rows like sarcophagi without flesh. And then there was the chapel, a modest place tucked beside the southern rampart, bare walls, a crumbling mosaic of Christ the shepherd, faded by smoke and time. Here, in the dirt beneath the altar, lay a single gladius, Roman, ornately inscribed with the name Lucianus. It was clean, unsullied by blood, untarnished by rot, and beside it, a wooden idol, not Roman, not Christian, ancient, twisted, its face worn smooth by many hands, its shape oddly wrong, as though made by one who did not understand the human form, but mimicked it anyway. A desert god, perhaps, or something older. No one could explain it. They unearthed scroll fragments nearby, too ruined to read. Charcoal lines on pottery, symbols, not Latin. A repeated glyph, a hollow eye within a spiral, and always the same phrase, scratched again and again in an anxious hand. We opened the wall. It did not open back. Whispers passed between the diggers that the Romans had not died in the tunnels, nor escaped to Palmyra, that they had gone somewhere else. For the breach near the tunnel was not a perfect collapse. Its stone had warped, not shattered, fused, as though under great heat or pressure or some force unknown. Behind it, a cavity, part natural, part hewn. The tomb beneath the wall, they called it. A chamber of blackened earth and salt-streaked rock, 30 feet wide, utterly still. It was here the chemical fire had ended. Here, the dead Romans lay not burned, but buried, dozens, maybe more, arranged in a circle, their hands clasped as if in prayer or dread, eyes gouged, mouths stuffed with clay. The Persians never mentioned this. No records in Sasanian chronicles, only that the city fell and was never rebuilt, as though what they found inside was not meant to be touched again. In the years that followed, those who entered the tomb spoke of unease. Machines faltered, lights flickered. One man, a geologist, refused to return, mumbling about an inhuman geometry beneath the stone. Another, an archaeologist, vanished after claiming he heard whispering in Latin. His notes ended mid-sentence. And the wall, the breach itself, remains sealed now, not by stone, but by silence. The official record speaks of preservation, But those who walked Dora's broken streets in moonlight, who stood alone in that chamber where fire met breath, know better. They say the Romans made a choice, that in the final hours of siege, when the breach was made and the enemy surged forward, something else surged through with them. Something ancient, sealed long before Rome had names. It did not kill. It invited, promised escape, survival, perhaps even eternity. And perhaps the soldiers, weary and half-mad, listened. Their absence is their only testament. The city, frozen mid-sentence, remains a whisper caught between histories. The Euphrates still flows beside it, slow and brown and ancient, washing dust from forgotten stones. And sometimes, on nights when the wind moves just so, it is said you can hear footsteps in the dry earth, booted, orderly, marching toward a war that no longer exists. There are no bones, no graves, only the impression of breath stolen in tunnels, the echo of armor without flesh, and a wall that opened not onto death, but into something far stranger. And Dura, that forgotten fortress, sleeps beneath the sands, its final secret sealed beneath the tomb that breathes without breath. A silence so deep it swallows time itself. And still, no one has dared open it again. The tomb waits beneath the earth like a clenched fist. Not a stone has shifted in over 2,000 years. Not a whisper has escaped the soil that swaddles the ancient corpse of Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of China. While the world knows the outer edges of his legacy, the clay legions that stand guard above him like silent sentinels, none dare speak what lies at the core. Not aloud, not without trembling. For within the heart of the tomb lies a chamber no man has seen. No light has pierced its air. No breath has stirred the dust. And perhaps that is how it must remain. For the tomb of Qin Shi Huang is not merely a grave. It is a sealed covenant with something deeper, something sacred, or something cursed. The year was 210 BC, and the emperor's heart beat its last within a roving imperial carriage, surrounded by lies and whispers. His death was concealed from his own court until the secret could be managed, and his body quietly ferried across the vast empire he had forged through iron, fire, and unyielding will. It was a body that had consumed alchemical mercury in the desperate hope of immortality. But death had claimed him nonetheless. The man who unified China, who built walls across mountains and crushed all dissent, was brought to the necropolis he had begun to shape long before he drew his final breath. This mausoleum, located near present-day Xi'an, was a miniature world sculpted into the earth, an empire of the dead. Thousands of clay soldiers, horses, generals, and chariots were carved to serve him in the afterlife. Artisans, architects, scholars, and slaves all contributed to the vast underworld vision of their god-king. Some were buried alive within it, so the secrets would never escape their mouths. But even this magnificent army was but the outer ring. At the center, beneath a pyramid-shaped mound that still rises from the soil like a buried mountain, is the sealed tomb of the emperor himself. Ancient scrolls, written in the delicate brushstrokes of Han historians, speak of what lies inside. A map of China, rendered in miniature, its rivers flowing with liquid mercury, stars set into the ceiling with pearls to echo the night sky, crossbows rigged to fire at intruders, and traps, always traps, as though the emperor had not merely prepared a resting place, but a fortress. He feared that death might not keep him safe. When archaeologists first stumbled upon this world in 1974 by accident, by the digging of a farmer's well. It was only the edge of something vaster. The terracotta army stunned the world, an eerie ballet of stillness frozen beneath the earth. But soon, whispers returned. About the central chamber, about what might lie undisturbed at the heart of it all. Decades passed, technology grew, and still, no one opened the tomb. Ground-penetrating radar was turned upon the mound. The scans showed voids, halls, chambers where no foot had stepped in millennia. And something more, mercury. Traces of the element, high, abnormal, unnatural, rose from the earth, confirming the legends. Poison sleeps there, woven into the soil. Enough, perhaps, to harm those who would disturb the tomb. Scientists know this. They test the air above the mound and find that it shimmers faintly with invisible threat. And yet, the danger is not merely chemical. There is something in the silence that commands reverence. The air around the tomb feels heavy, as though the land itself resists the idea of intrusion, as if the emperor's will still coils around his bones, unbroken. The Chinese government, no stranger to excavation, leaves the tomb untouched, not out of incompetence, not for lack of interest, but for fear. Fear of what they might break, fear of what they might wake, because the tomb is not just a coffin, it is a myth, crystallized. Qin Shi Huang was a man who called himself the Son of Heaven, who unified language, measurement, currency, and war, who burned books to erase history and buried scholars to kill memory, who sought immortality with such madness that his body drank poison and his mind trusted magicians. And in death, he built a city beneath the soil to rule forever. There are those who believe that to open the tomb would be to rupture something essential, that to pierce the seal would be to invite not only physical ruin, collapsing chambers, mercury vapor, ancient traps, but cultural rupture. The stories would die, the awe would die, and perhaps something else would rise, because the emperor was not a man who believed in death, and some fear that his sleep is not complete. How strange that in an age of satellites and space travel, the most profound mystery lies in a hole in the ground, that amid all the conquests of knowledge, one door remains closed, deliberately, reverently, fearfully. There have been those who urge excavation, who argue that history must be uncovered, that science must triumph. But each time the question rises, it fades again into silence. The guardians of heritage remain firm. The mound remains sealed, the tomb untouched, as though the silence is itself a kind of prayer. Because some knowledge is not ours to take. Some kings are not meant to be seen again, and some places are not graves, but thrones, eternal buried thrones, where the dead still dream. So the tomb lies there still, beneath soil and sky. Seasons pass, rain falls. Trees grow in the loam above an empire that breathes no more. And beneath it all, in a chamber no light has touched, lies the first emperor of China, sealed in myth and mercury, watching over a kingdom of stone. Waiting, or perhaps not waiting at all. Perhaps he is simply there. And in that stillness, the earth remembers what men forget, that power does not die when breath leaves the body, that silence can reign louder than trumpets, that time itself dares not break the seal, for fear that it might find the emperor still watching, still ruling, still real. And so the tomb sleeps, and so we let it. It begins in silence, not the silence of peace, but of depth. A silence that weighs, that waits, that watches. Beneath the restless skin of the Black Sea, far from the cries of gulls and the whispers of wind, the waters turn black and still. They fall not like a cascade, but like a curtain, sealing away what once lived, what once wept, what once bled. Here, darkness is not absence, but presence, thick, sacred, eternal. In 2018, a research vessel drifting off the Bulgarian coast lowered its sensors into the void. The seafloor answered back with echoes of shapes, curved, carved, sunken. And there, hidden beneath the anaerobic shroud, where no oxygen lingers and no worm may chew, they found what should not have survived. Wooden ships, entire, sleeping in their final postures, their ribs intact, their masts slanted as if still catching a ghostly wind. And beyond the ships, deeper still, lay something older. Not a vessel for the sea, but for the dead. The tomb lay curled into the seabed, untouched by rot, its stones resting like solemn prayers. It was a necropolis carved from silence. One burial stood apart, sealed behind stones crusted with salt and age, and marked by symbols that have no name in any known tongue. Spirals interwoven with thorns, loops that led into themselves. They glowed, not with paint or dye, but the quiet defiance of memory refusing to be lost. Inside, the man, or what remained of him, lay curled in a fatal hush, as if waiting to be reborn. His bones were not thrown or scattered, but arranged, bent inward, knees tucked like an infant waiting for light. Around him wove fine strands of copper, not chains, but threads, a cocoon. They twisted over his ribs and curled through his sockets, as if the metal was not laid after death, but grown into him. And still, he slept. No name, no inscription, no known rite. But the sea remembers things that men forget. Historians murmured theories. A nobleman of some forgotten tribe, a priest of an extinct belief, a sacrifice sealed beneath the water to appease the dark. Yet none could explain the symbols. None could trace the copper's thread to any known culture of that age. And most chilling of all, the tomb was older than the ships around it. Older than the city ruins found further west. It dated back to a time when that part of the Black Sea had not yet been sea, but land, when villages built their dead into hills, and the hills whispered back. A time when gods walked barefoot and demanded strange offerings. The sea had risen slowly, century by century, drowning not in wrath, but in melancholy, a slow swallowing. That man, that curled copper-woven relic, had not been buried at sea. He had been buried on land, and the sea had come to him. Perhaps they thought the flood would cleanse him. Perhaps they feared him. Perhaps they built the tomb not to honor, but to trap. Because who wraps their dead in metal thread? Who locks their bones in spirals that knot the soul? The sonar showed more. A circle of stones around the chamber like watchers. Smaller tombs, their contents eroded, surrounding the central grave like attendants or guards. Some held bone fragments. Others, dolls carved from amber, their eyes hollow and wide. One tomb held a human jaw with copper drilled into the teeth. Divers dared to descend only once, guided by robotic probes. The footage showed no coral, no fish, no silt stirring. The tomb stood in sterile blackness. When the robotic arm touched the copper thread, it pulsed faintly with electric warmth, though no power source existed. The robot shorted seconds later. The footage ended. They say the lead researcher, a man seasoned by decades of shipwrecks and bones, began dreaming of voices, not screams, but lullabies, in a tongue that woke him weeping. He withdrew from the project, vanished from public life. The expedition's funding was quietly pulled. The footage remained sealed. Only fragments made it into academic journals. But legends spread among local fishermen who had seen the vessel anchored there. They told of lights beneath the water, clothes that shifted like eyes. One swore his nets pulled up copper threads wrapped around seaweed. Another found a doll, its wooden face warped with salt, its hollow eyes watching nothing or everything. Some believe it was not a tomb, but a prison, that the man wrapped in copper was not honored, but bound, that the symbols were warnings, not blessings. Others whisper of an ancient king, too cruel for heaven, too cursed for earth, sealed where only the sea could hold him. And still others speak of a god, a small one, forgotten and bitter, who once asked for worship and received blood. In all tales, one truth remains. The sea did not take him. It came for him, and it guards him still. The Black Sea is unlike other waters. Its bottom layers do not churn, do not breathe. No oxygen seeps downward. No decay touches what falls into its arms. It is the sea of memory, of preservation, of secrets that do not wish to be found. And like a patient gravekeeper, it keeps its dead untouched. But we dig, we dredge, we dive. What we found was a body. What we disturbed was something older than death. And still, in that cold cathedral of salt and darkness, the curled figure waits, copper cradling bone, silence wrapped in silence, a tomb not broken, only witnessed. The watchers remain, stones staring outward. The sea hums low, lullabies to itself. So sleep now, far from the waves. But listen, for not all lullabies are sung in kindness, and not all tombs are meant to be opened. The sea remembers, even if we forget. The wind never ceases in Ujjain. It howls through the crumbling latticework of forgotten temples, slipping between rusted bells and shattered sanctums, like a breath held since time was young. They say it carries whispers, fragments of something vast and secret, something that watches. And if you stand by the ghats at midnight, when the Narmada River moves like liquid obsidian and the stars flicker like failing lanterns, you might hear it murmur a name not meant for mortal tongues, a name older than kingdoms, older than even memory. Once, in the shadow of a throne bathed in blood, the Emperor Ashoka stood on the edge of a world he had burned. The Kalinga War had ended not with victory, but with revelation of death, not as conquest, but as contagion. The groaning of the dying, the blank stares of the mutilated, and the coppery scent of soaked earth had broken something inside the conqueror. From that wound was born something strange, a resolve not to rule by the sword, but by silence. And in that silence, the 9 were chosen. 9 men, no names, no faces, only their burden, to carry forbidden knowledge that could unravel the spine of civilization. Knowledge not fit for common breath. One held the secrets of alchemy, transmutation not of metals, but of time itself. Another understood the mind and how to break it without touch. A third was said to hold the blueprint of resurrection. The rest were mysteries, each darker than the last. Ashoka gave them each a book, bound in black and sealed with flame. When one guardian died, another was chosen, quietly, carefully. The chain never broke. For centuries, no one saw them, yet the world bent subtly around them. A miracle here, a disappearance there, a voice in a madman's dream, a cure no healer could explain. And always, somewhere, a whisper. The 9 still walk among us. They move in shadow, behind kings and wars and revolutions, unseen as the wind, but twice as enduring. And then came 1923. It began with a storm. A surveyor's team charting forgotten temples near Ujjain found the ground beneath their feet had hollow resonance, like stone hiding breath. days of excavation revealed a buried structure, not a temple, not a crypt, but something in between. A sealed entrance, marked only by an engraving so worn it resembled a smudge of time. But it pulsed with heat, and when they breached it, mechanisms of staggering complexity groaned and clicked, as if awakening from a dream. No trap triggered, no curse fell, only silence. Inside lay a chamber unlike any ever seen. 9 stone thrones arranged in a perfect circle, facing inward. Each throne sculpted with the same care one gives a deity. Serpents curled at the base, lotus patterns rising along the arms, the backs bearing markings that shimmered faintly even in the torchlight, like silver beneath skin. Yet none were occupied. No bones, no dust, not even a fragment of cloth. But at the center, burnt offerings, charcoal still fragrant with sandalwood, oil in brass lamps that had not dried, rituals interrupted not by time, but by intention. They should not have opened the tomb. The team leader, a man named Tilak Das, returned to Delhi and refused to speak for 7 days. When he finally did, his voice had changed, softer, slower, as though carrying weight. He said only this: they were not buried. They were summoned. The government sealed the site. The official report cited archaeological preservation, but no researcher was allowed access. No photographs released, only rumors drifting like incense into the night air. A British soldier stationed nearby claimed he saw lights from within the hill where the tomb had been uncovered, glowing pale blue, flickering like thought. He was dismissed for opium use 2 weeks later. Another man, a local mason who helped fill the entrance, took a vow of silence until his death. He carved 9 lines into his walls, 1 each day until his final breath. Years passed. The chamber was forgotten again, like a dream one wakes from with wet eyes but no memory. The jungle crept back over it. Dust and moss did their slow work. But the legend swelled, fed by 1,000 mouths in secret, each telling a little different, each truth a little buried. Some say the 9 left that chamber minutes before it was found, ascending through stone as mist through cloth. Others say they had never been there in body, only in symbol. That the thrones were never meant for men but for ideas, each one too vast to live, too sacred to die. And others whisper still that the books, the 9 forbidden books, lay beneath the seats, unreachable, waiting for the world to deserve them. But the most haunting belief is not that they are gone. It is that they are choosing again, that 9 souls have already been marked, that somewhere in Mumbai or Cairo or Kyoto, a botanist who dreams in equations, a child who hums in dead languages, a prisoner who never blinks, is receiving the weight of that terrible inheritance. They say the books cannot be burned, nor the knowledge forgotten. The 9 are not a brotherhood, but a rhythm, a cycle. When one breath ceases, another takes it in. And if you travel to Ujjain, even now, you'll find locals who avoid a particular hill after dusk. They will not name it, they will not point. But if you follow the stray dogs, they always know. You may find beneath roots and ruin the stone edge of something circular, something ancient. If you press your ear against it, the stone may be cold, but listen long enough, and you might hear 9 breaths in the dark. We are taught that knowledge is light, that truth is a flame to warm the lost. But some truths are too bright. They sear the eyes and hollow the soul, and for these, silence is the only kindness. The 9 were not tyrants nor saviors. They were guardians of the unspeakable, custodians of mercy, too cruel to explain. And perhaps they still are. Waiting, watching, and choosing. They say that in Varna, the earth still remembers gold, not in the way a king does, with hunger and pride, but as something older, more reverent, more afraid. Beneath the Black Sea's lingering fog, where the soil thickens with ancient sorrow, the necropolis breathes. It does not rest. It listens. It waits. Grave 43 lies deeper than most, beneath the ruined hush of time, in the Varna necropolis of eastern Bulgaria, a place that does not boast but whispers. In the 1970s, archaeologists, brushing away the heavy dust of millennia, discovered what is now the oldest gold treasure ever unearthed. Beads, bracelets, scepters, funerary masks, the gold gleamed as if it had never forgotten light. But it is not the gleam that haunts them. Among the graves, nearly 300 of them, there is one unlike the rest. They called it simply Grave 43. Inside lay a man, no name carved, no words left behind. He was draped in gold, more than any other in the burial ground. Nearly half the gold of the entire site was wrapped around him like armor, like penance, like a prayer. Necklaces looped across his ribs, bracelets on his arms and legs, discs of hammered gold by his head and groin. A warrior, they said, a priest, a god king, maybe. But the gold, though ancient and beautiful, did not make the grave strange. What made it strange was the dark, not the absence of light, but its rejection. No flame survives long within Grave 43. Candles flicker, sputter, and die. The moment the wick finds its breath, it is stolen again. Lanterns dim, camera flashes warp and blur. Even the hum of digital recording falters, as if something unseen is pushing back. Scientists tried wiring instruments down into the earth. The data bent, compass needles spun uselessly, watches stuttered and stopped. The two meets light, and still, the man smiles beneath the soil. Those who stood over his grave for too long reported an uncanny stillness, like the air itself forgot to move. Some felt dizzy. One archaeologist described a sensation of being watched, not from above or behind, but from below. Another woke in the night, weeping, though he could not say why. When pressed, he whispered, "I was drowning." But the water was golden. It was not uncommon for researchers to dream after working in Varna. But those who lingered too long near Grave 43 shared one image, again and again. A great eye, lidless and hollow, staring up through layers of time and stone, watching, waiting, measuring. Some said it was the weight of history. Some said it was superstition. And then came the incident with the young student, the one who entered alone after hours to photograph the interior again, chasing clarity where no lens would hold. He was found an hour later, just outside the perimeter of the grave, collapsed but unharmed, eyes wide open, whispering a name no one recognized, in a language no one could trace. The recording picked up nothing. The microphone fizzled the moment he stepped near the grave. He never returned to the site. He refused to speak again of what he saw, except once, months later, under the soft haze of wine and memory. He said, it wanted to be remembered, but not seen. The gold was not decoration. It was a lock, and still, the grave glows with buried hunger. Visitors are warned not to descend into that chamber alone. Some of the original excavation team will not speak of it at all. One man who catalogued the tomb's contents eventually gave up archaeology entirely, retreating to a monastery in the Rila Mountains. He wrote only once to his colleagues, a letter that ended with the line, "We were not meant to open that wound in the earth." No other grave in the Varna necropolis rejects the living like Grave 43 does. Theories have bloomed like mold in the years since. Some believe the man was not a king, but a prisoner. That the gold was meant not to honor him, but to contain him, ritual fetters from a forgotten rite. Others whisper that he was the last high priest of a sun cult whose light burned too brightly, and that in death he swallowed the light of the world as punishment for daring to channel the fire of gods. Still others suggest the tomb is a boundary, a veil between the realm of men and something far older, something that once ruled not with swords, but with silence. And then there is the simple truth. None of the others, none of the hundreds of graves behave this way. Only his. And the gold, its craftsmanship, is impossibly advanced for its age, delicate filigree and techniques unknown to other graves of the time, as though it were not made for burial, but for binding, for ceremony, for warning. So what slept there, wrapped in the spoils of 6,000 years, beneath the soil of Varna? Was it a man, a god, a gate? We may never know. The tomb is sealed again now, conserved, protected. But the soil does not forget. Neither does the sea, murmuring only a few miles away, its waves tasting the bones of empires long drowned. And the grave, it seems, remembers too. For when the moon is thin and the wind turns inland, some say the light near the mound changes, flickers, hesitates, fades, as though the grave is still hungry, as though it still watches. If you go there, if you stand in the early hours before dawn and breathe in the quiet of Bulgaria's ancient coast, you might feel it, that pause, that pressure in the chest, that coldness, not of wind, but of time itself, curling around your ribs. They buried a secret there, not a man. And secrets, like stars, do not die. They only wait for someone to open the dark again. In the heel of Italy's crooked boot, where the Adriatic kisses pale limestone cliffs, lies the coastal town of Otranto, a place drenched in salt, silence, and centuries of blood. By daylight, the sea glitters, casting illusions of peace across its olive-green waves. But beneath the quiet facades of its whitewashed walls, within the cathedral that looms over the square, something stirs, not in the wind, nor in the breath of any living thing, but in bone. 800 skulls line its ossuary wall, their hollow sockets watching, always watching. And some say that on certain sacred nights, they sing. It begins like a murmur, a hush among candles. You might think it is the wind sighing through high arched stone. But listen, beneath the flickering shadows cast by chandeliers and relics, there is a harmony no human voice begins. A low, mournful chant, barely audible. It does not come from the altar, nor from speakers, nor even from throat. It rises from the dead. The story begins in the summer of 1480, when war came in sails as white as ghost shrouds. The Ottomans landed with fire and steel, their ships brimming with warriors sworn to conquest. They struck Otranto with fury, first with cannon, then with blade. The city's walls fell, blood painted the flagstones red, homes were ransacked, churches desecrated. Women and children fled into crypts, praying not to be found. But prayers in Otranto often return only echoes. The cathedral, Santa Maria Annunziata, was not spared. Its nave trembled with screams. Monks were pulled from their altars, their vestments torn like silk before wolves. The archbishop was dragged through broken glass and made to kneel. Before the altar of his own god, they slit his throat. One by one, the faithful were paraded forward, told to renounce Christ and embrace the crescent. For those who refused, there was no debate, no trial, only the blade, only the hammer, only the roar of death unrelenting. But when the blood cooled, the silence returned. And in that silence stood 800 farmers, fathers, stonemasons, candlemakers. All offered mercy if they converted. None did. They were taken to the hill of Minerva, a place of wild thyme and open sky. There, over the span of a single day, their lives were ended. One by one, crushed skulls, split jaws, blood soaking into roots and rock. The massacre left no poetry, only ruin. They were buried without honor. A mass grave, a wound in the land. Years passed. The bones lay beneath soil and memory. But memory is never still. The people of Otranto could not forget. Their dreams were haunted. Their breath sometimes caught for no reason, as if passing unseen ghosts in the square. And then came the dreams, strange and recurring. Children spoke of men in white robes, whispering to them in sleep, singing hymns no one remembered teaching. Old women lit candles that refused to die. And in the cathedral, on certain feast days, the priests heard the sound, distant, choral, coming from beneath the earth. It was in the mid-1500s that they unearthed the dead. The remains were disinterred and brought to the cathedral. It was said that the bishop at the time was moved not by politics, but by sorrow. He demanded their skulls be placed behind glass and displayed in the chapel, rows upon rows, as if the dead now watched over the living. And there they remain, shelved, ordered, elevated. 800 martyrs, 800 faces of agony. But time does not still their voices. Witnesses, tourists, clergy, and even disbelieving skeptics have reported the same. On the anniversary of the massacre and on the Feast of the Assumption, something moves in the cathedral. Lights flicker, though there is no draught. The organ groans despite no fingers on keys. And from the ossuary, soft and steady, a song emerges. It is not in Latin, nor in Turkish, nor in any tongue known by those who listen. Some say it is a language of lament, older than empire. Others say it is the whisper of heaven, translated through suffering. The tones swell slowly, like a tide, and vanish when one tries to grasp them. But all agree, it is not the sound of the living. One priest swore he heard his name called, by a voice he did not know, but felt had once loved him. A traveler fainted near the relics, later claiming she saw one skull move its jaw. Another visitor, a musician, returned year after year to record the sound. He brought his finest microphones. Every time, the equipment failed. But his ears, he claimed, never lied. They call it the choir of the entombed, and they do not sing for applause. What haunts Otranto is not simply death, it is fidelity. 800 men who chose faith over breath, flesh over denial. And in doing so, they stain the land not with guilt, but with resolve. Their bones do not rest, because the world forgets too easily. Their chant is not vengeance, it is memory, held in chorus. Visitors today walk the cathedral softly. There is a hush in their steps. Children grow quiet. Tourists become pilgrims. And as they stand before the ossuary, staring into those cracked, time-stained skulls, they do not speak. They listen to silence that is not silent, to music that has no source, to the breathless hymn of the dead. Otranto sleeps. The sea laps gently. Fishermen rise with the dawn. But in the dark stone heart of the cathedral, where saints once wept and martyrs fell, the dead still gather, still remember, still sing, not for us, but for what we too might one day have to become. The tomb bore no name, no cartouche, no invocation, no prayer to guide the soul beyond. Only the stone, choked in silence, and a sarcophagus sealed not with reverence, but haste. When the desert winds first whispered through its forgotten entrance, even the sand hesitated, as though some memory, long buried, stirred beneath. It was the year 1898, when the earth of the Valley of the Kings cracked open again, and a passageway long entombed in dust was uncovered. Tomb Cave of 55, they called it. A number, not a name. A code, not a soul. Its entry lay half sunken, as though the gods themselves had pressed their thumb into the land and buried what should not rise. The heat that day was unbearable. Workers wiped their brows with cloth, soaked in vinegar, and muttered blessings to Anubis under their breath. Even the donkeys refused to draw near. Inside, the walls were smooth and blank, untouched by hieroglyph or devotion. The air was stale and sweet with the rot of millennia. Flickering lanterns revealed not murals of the afterlife, not scenes of Osiris or the weighing of the heart, but emptiness. A death denied celebration. A burial meant not to honor, but to erase. Within lay a single coffin, blackened by time and robbed of gold. It had once been adorned, yet its face had been defiled, its inscriptions hacked out with chisel and fury. It bore the marks of someone important, and yet no one dared say who. Around it, objects stolen from other graves. A canopic jar carved for a woman, Kia, whispered the hieroglyphs. But this was not her tomb. Shabtis with mismatched symbols. Furniture once belonging to a palace in Amarna, the city of the heretic king. Then they lifted the lid. The body within had been desecrated, spine broken, skull crushed inward, chest dismantled. The linen wrappings had decayed, revealing a form that confounded the living. Male, it seemed, but too slight, too soft, hips wide, features delicate. At first, they said it was a woman, then a man, then both, or neither. Years passed. Scientists tested the bones, measured femurs, cross-examined the wear of teeth. In time, DNA spoke, but it did not clarify. It only deepened the labyrinth. The mummy within bore the signature of incest, the telltale marks of a bloodline twisting into itself. And he, whoever he was, shared his marrow with Tutankhamun. Some said it was Akhenaten himself, the king who defied the gods and cast his worship to Aten, the sun disk, the heretic who closed the temples, who declared the gods dead and the priests obsolete. Others murmured it was Smenkhkare, that shadowy phantom king, a brother, a stand-in, a puppet on the throne during days of chaos. And some, even more quietly, suggested it was the true father of Tutankhamun, not a king, but a ghost kept hidden by the ruling class. But the priests had not forgotten. To defile a tomb is one thing, to erase a name is another. In Egypt, to lose one's name is to lose immortality. The soul cannot journey without its identity. No ka, no ba, no reunion with the divine. And here, in KV 55, that erasure was absolute. Whoever lay there had been condemned beyond death, condemned by their own kin, their own nation, their own gods. And yet, their bones endured. When the archaeologists brought the remains to Cairo, even in the fluorescence of a sterile museum, the silence lingered. People spoke in hushed tones around the bones, reluctant to linger too long in their presence. X-rays revealed a man, perhaps in his 20s or early 30s. But the bones were brittle, porous, signs of disease, of malformation. Marfan syndrome, some said, a condition of the blood, a frailty of the divine. Akhenaten, if it was he, was always painted with elongated limbs, a bulbous belly, soft feminine features. Not the idealized masculine pharaoh, but an androgynous prophet of the sun. Was it illness? Was it art? Was it transcendence? No one knew. And now the corpse spoke in contradictions. The items in the tomb did not match. The coffin too large, the gold leaf smeared with gesso, the mask crudely affixed. A reburial, perhaps. Someone had tried to erase him. Then later, someone else had tried, awkwardly, clumsily, to preserve him. The gods had been defied, and in the aftermath, men fought to restore order. But even the restoration was confused. Who had buried him here? Who had opened the tomb before? Why were items from other burials scattered within? The deeper scholars looked, the less certain they became. Akhenaten had been all but stricken from the record. His city, Amarna, abandoned. His statues broken. His reforms reversed. The temples of Amun restored. The old gods, once exiled, returned in vengeance. And this tomb, this exile in stone, was a remnant of that long, silent war. No voice remains from him. No words in his own hand. No inscription to say, I was. Only theories, measurements, the weight of a skull beneath glass. The science of today tries to make sense of the rage of yesterday. And still, the name does not return. The sun god he worshipped demanded purity, demanded exclusivity. But Egypt was old, older than his dreams. The Nile had seen kings rise and fall like papyrus boats on floodwaters. What is a heresy to a river? What is a reform to a god who wears the face of a jackal or falcon? Some nights, in the storage halls of the museum, a guard will pass by the remains of KV 55 and feel a coldness, a stillness that does not belong in Cairo's heat. Some say the body still holds its curse. Others say it holds its sorrow. For there is no tombstone, no painted wall, no star map to guide the soul. Only a sealed coffin, once broken. Only bones, unclaimed by history. And a silence so vast, it drowns the living. And so we remember him by forgetting him, by not knowing, by letting the winds of the valley howl through that hollow corridor, past that violated sarcophagus, over the dusty sandals of those who dared unearth it. We light no candle for the nameless. We offer no incense. And yet, some part of us still waits, still listens, still wonders if one night, when the stars turn just so, the soul long banished might whisper its name again. But until that moment comes, the tomb remains. A hollow in the rock, a scar in the story, a riddle forever sealed in shadow. Beneath a grey Suffolk sky, where the mist clings to the heath, like sorrow clings to the soul, the ground once heaved and parted, soft as breath, solemn as prayer. It was the summer of 1939, and in the quiet village of Sutton Hoo, something ancient stirred. Not with noise, not with fanfare, but with the reverence of a secret long held. A mound, low and humble, bore its throat to the spade. And what it whispered was not of this age. There was no wood left, only its outline, hollow ribs etched into the sand, like the memory of a ship that had sailed not on water, but on time. The earth had swallowed it whole over 13 centuries ago, and it had slept, dreamless and undisturbed, as the world above passed through plague, war, and the forgetting of names. Now it breathed again. Among the sands lay a man, not in flesh, not in voice, but in silence and shadow. He had been powerful. Of this, the grave made no attempt to lie. His head had been crowned, not with gold, but with a mask of hammered iron and garnet, fierce as a raven's gaze, mournful as a winter dusk. There were treasures, silver bowls from distant empires, golden clasps etched with serpentine knots, a blade that had never tasted blood. Still sharp, still waiting. But there was no name, no scrap of parchment, No runestone, no whisper carried by wind. Only the suggestion of myth, the residue of awe. Some called him Redwald, the warrior king of East Anglia, a man who once bent his knee to both Christ and the old gods, building altars side by side. Others believed he was not a king at all, but a priest, one who guarded the rites before the world turned its face from the forest and toward the cross. Still others, hushed in tone and careful in word, claimed he was something older, a guardian, a sentinel, not of flesh, but of covenant. The soil of Sutton Hoo had sealed itself like a vow. It had not been disturbed by tomb robbers, not even by time's indifferent hand. For 1,300 years, it remained untouched, as though the land itself conspired to protect what lay within. The grasses grew and died. Storms swept across the heath, but the mound endured, quiet, watching, remembering. They say when Basil Brown, the man with the shovel and the eye for hidden things, first tapped the mound, he felt a resistance, not stone, not root, but something in the air, a presence, like standing before a cathedral whose doors are shut, but whose silence sings. He pressed forward, layer by layer, breath held tight as the summer sun scorched the fields around him, until finally, the ghost of the ship emerged, larger than any known to Saxon shores. 90 feet long, a burial, not of vanity, but of voyage. The body had dissolved long ago, returned to loam and ash, but the impression remained, an absence shaped like a man. The treasures lay around him, as if arranged by reverent hands, not scattered, not frantic, placed. Each object, a sigil, each curve of metal, a sentence in a forgotten prayer. And yet what haunted most was not what they found, but what they didn't. There were no bones, no epitaph, only the mask. Its garnet eyes gleamed even in the filtered light. It was not the gaze of death, but of remembrance, as though it watched, not from the past, but from beneath the soil still. There are stories, quiet, always whispered, that those who spent too long among the artifacts began to dream of forests lit by fire, of chants in languages no longer spoken, of a ship drifting across a black sea under a blood-colored moon. Some claimed to wake with dirt beneath their fingernails. Even now, as scholars polish the gold and trace the runes, the identity of the buried soul remains hidden. The soil resists modern tools. Ground-penetrating radar flickers. Drones fail, as if the earth itself has made a pact to yield only what it chooses when it chooses. Some say the site should never have been opened, that the ship was a seal, not a shrine, that by breaking the mound, we woke something sacred or something patient. Visitors come now from every corner of the world. They stand in silence before the mound, not out of reverence for riches, but because they feel watched. The trees creak with old breath, the crows do not speak, and beneath their feet, something ancient listens, still masked, still unnamed. What manner of man requires no tombstone? What kind of king is crowned only in silence? Perhaps the better question is, what force was laid to rest here that demanded silence as its shroud? We are taught to name, to categorize, to place neatly into memory the who and the why. But Sutton Hoo defies this. It breathes on its own terms. It lives not as a solved riddle, but as an ongoing chant, a song in a tongue we've long forgotten but cannot stop humming. The gold now rests behind glass. The mask gazes out, inert yet eternal. Children press their faces to the museum panes, unaware of the watchful depth behind those eyes. But the true monument is not there. It is in the soil, in the mound that still rises like a breath held, in the air that hums just a little differently when night falls over Suffolk. There are places in the world where the past has not passed, where the veil between then and now is thinnest. Sutton Hoo is one, not because of its riches, not because of its artifacts, but because it remembers. It remembers what we do not, and what we should not. So sleep now, if you can. Let the ship sail again in dreams. Let the iron-eyed king, or priest, or god, walk again through mists of memory. But when you rise, do not ask his name. Some guardians are not meant to be known, only felt, only feared, only remembered. In the hush of the abbey's deepest hour, when shadows lean long against candlelit walls, and the hymns of evensong still linger like incense on stone, there is a silence that seems to breathe. And in that silence, if you are still enough, if you wait and listen, not with ears, but with the bones beneath your skin, you may feel it. A shift beneath the floorboards, a weight, a memory too heavy to rest. Westminster Abbey, that hallowed sanctum where kings are crowned and crowned are buried, holds many names: Henry, Elizabeth, Chaucer, Newton. But among its sanctified dead, one is not spoken. No epitaph marks his slumber. No lamp burns by his name, for his name was taken, his breath sealed, his grave hidden beneath lead and chains, far below the gaze of saints. It is said, though only in hush and rumor, that in the winter of 1674, a procession arrived by night. No records show its coming, though a sexton noted in a fading margin that a grave was opened without permission, a pit dug not by churchmen, but by soldiers, torches hissing in the wet wind, and a single coffin, unblessed, unclaimed. Those who saw it, if any remain, spoke of the chill that crept up from the ground, colder than the frost that had coated every crypt and stair. The casket was wrought of ironwood and wrapped in thick bands of lead, etched not with scripture, but with symbols older than Rome. Symbols meant not to sanctify, but to bind. They called him the Dream Eater. Not a man, not entirely. Once, perhaps, a noble of questionable lineage living under the reign of Charles II. A man who refused communion, who built no chapel, but hosted strange gatherings beneath his estate on nights of no moon. Neighbors spoke of singing in languages no tongue was made to hold, cattle found in spirals, children who awoke screaming of eyes in the floorboards, and dreams, twisted, knotted dreams that plagued the village and would not fade. When word reached the Bishop of London, he sought the Crown's favor to investigate. The king, fearful of unrest and rumors of plague still thick in the air, sent riders under veil of secrecy. They found the estate in ruin, no servants, no master, only journals, half burned. One page still intact, trembling in the wind, reading, "I have tasted what lingers between the soul's breath and the dream's gate. They come for me now. I must not sleep." Some say he trafficked in Mesopotamian rites, stolen from clay and bone, meant to sever the dream from the body and harvest what lay between. Others believe he found a passage, an opening into the slumbering mind of the world, and drank too deeply of its silence. But silence remembers. When they found him, if they truly did, it is said he had not aged a day, though decades had passed. His eyes were open, not dead, but not alive. The villagers who touched him refused to speak again. One scratched out his own eyes. Another wandered into the Thames, singing lullabies to the stars. The abbey, sacred though it was, offered the only place that could hold him. But not with prayer, with iron. with chains forged in rites long forbidden. The coffin was lowered, not into the crypt proper, but beneath even that, into earth no tomb had ever claimed. The priests would not speak the rites aloud. They sealed the record, burned the names, and waited. The waiting continues. There is no plaque, only a faint darkening in the floor's flagstone near the eastern transept, where few tread and fewer linger. But in the quiet, when the last bells have tolled and the night leans close, monks still speak of a sound beneath their steps. Not a cry, not a voice, but something like breath, as though the abbey itself exhales, as though something still dreaming beneath the lead turns softly, ever so softly, in its sleep. They say sometimes a hymn falters mid-note during evensong, as though the air itself has forgotten the melody, or the candles near that darkened stone flicker out, just there, while all others hold fast. And once, long ago, a child wandered during Vespers and lay flat against the floor, ear pressed to the stone. When they found her, she was humming, a tune none could place. When asked what she heard, she said, "He's hungry." The clergy do not permit questions. They sweep the floors as always, tend the altar, speak the prayers. But none speak of the chained grave. It is not in the maps, not in the books, and yet it is there, always there. Some believe the seal will fail, that the dreamer stirs more fiercely with each age, that as memory fades and names are lost to time, his hunger sharpens. For names are anchors, and nameless things drift closer to the veil. Others say he has already passed into us, that he is not a man beneath the stone, but a shadow in the sleep of every crown, that when monarchs dream of falling, of bloodied thrones, of cities drowning in silence, they are hearing him, that he feeds not on flesh, but on fear dreamt in velvet, that in every line of royal descent a thread twitches toward him. But these are only stories, only echoes, and yet, when you next stand in the abbey, among the resting dead, listen. Beyond the silence of stone, beneath the choir's song, beyond even your own heart's hush, listen as the walls breathe, as the stones remember, and wonder, what lies dreaming, nameless and chained, where no light has ever reached? For some tombs are not meant to be visited. Some coffins are buried not to honor the dead, but to protect the living. They say the island remembers. Beneath the heathered hills and salted winds of Sardinia, the stones do not forget. Long after names have faded and languages broken like waves upon the centuries, the earth holds fast to what it has buried. And in one particular fold of land, where the soil is ochre red and warm with secrets, there sleeps a silence so thick, even the wind moves carefully. Here, in the dusky shadows of the tomb of the giants, a great dreaming stirs just beneath the crust of the waking world. The locals do not speak of it easily. They pass the place with lowered voices and backward glances, children told to hush their games near the ruins. For the tombs are not graves, they say, but thresholds. Great stone slabs arc in a crescent, like ribs of some colossal beast laid bare. The ancient builders, those lost ones of the Nuraghic age, left no words, no inscriptions, only these cyclopean monuments. No mortar, no iron, just stone upon stone, massive and unyielding, fitted as though the hands that shaped them bore more than human strength. At twilight, when the sky bruises purple and gold over the plains, the tomb catches the light strangely. The inner corridor darkens first, as if retreating into shadow, while the world around it burns with dying sun. And those who dare to step between its flanking stones, those tall, silent sentinels, often speak of a vertigo that lingers long after they leave, as if their bodies remembered something their minds could not, as if the gravity near the tomb curved differently, not quite in alignment with the rest of the earth. In 1872, a farmer digging for root vegetables near the tomb's southern edge struck something too large to be a rock. He called for his brother, and together they unearthed a curved length of bone, smooth and yellowing with age, far longer than any ox or horse. They dug more, careful and slow, until the sun dipped and the stars stirred. What they uncovered, or so the story goes, was a ribcage like a ship's hull, collapsed and buried, its bones the length of men. The skull, half turned in profile, bore a jaw broad enough to cradle a loaf of bread. The brothers stood in silence, their lanterns flickering against the shadows that seemed to lean closer with each breath. But by morning, the site had been sealed. Government men arrived, how or why, no one knows, and the bones were taken in wooden crates marked for the capital. They were never seen again. No public records, no scientific announcements, only the silence of bureaucracy and the growing whispers of a cover-up. The farmer, once a boisterous man known in the village square, grew quiet. He took to walking alone at night, staring toward the hills with a look of haunted reverence. He died in his sleep one winter's night, his hands curled as if clutching invisible chains. Since then, the tomb has drawn a particular kind of visitor. Not tourists, not archaeologists, though both have come and gone, but dreamers, seekers, those who move in half-sleep and listen too closely to the wind. They sit among the stones, fingers brushing the lichen, eyes fluttering closed, as if hoping to remember something just beneath the surface of thought. And many, upon waking, speak of giants, not in the metaphorical sense, but as living, moving things, towering silhouettes pacing behind their eyes, heavy footsteps shaking dream soil, hands like tree trunks resting on distant hills. Some claim they wake with soil on their feet or tears without memory. An old woman once told of a dream she had as a child after daring to nap beside the tomb. She dreamt of lying in a bed of moss inside a stone chamber where breath echoed like the sea in a shell. Around her slept titans, limbs folded, eyes closed, their chests rising with a slow rhythm like the turning of seasons. One of them opened his eyes, black and endless, and whispered in a language that was not made of words, but thunder and roots. She awoke with her hair matted with blood. No wound, no pain, just blood. There are legends, older than parchment, passed in oral threads from mouth to ear. They say Sardinia was once ruled by the Giganti, giants who guarded the island's heart. Not creatures of brute force, but elemental beings carved from stone and sky. When invaders came from across the waters, bronze-helmed, fire-handed, the giants did not fight. Instead, they lay down in the earth, one by one, gifting their strength to the land itself. Their bodies became tombs, their dreams the soil. And one day, when the sky breaks with a storm like none before, and the ground itself cracks open with grief, they will rise, not in anger, but in remembrance. A few believe the tombs are not graves, but locks, that the stones were placed not in reverence, but as seals. Each pillar a ward against something too vast to name, and that by disturbing them, we risk not awakening the past, but unraveling the future. In the modern age, when satellites skim above and sonar peers beneath the crust, the tomb of the giants remains largely unstudied. Efforts to scan beneath its base have been thwarted by strange malfunctions. Equipment fails, readings blur, drones veer off course. The land, it seems, does not wish to be known. Even the animals avoid it. Birds will not nest in the stones. Foxes detour around it, their paths curving like instinct obeys older maps. At dusk, the cicadas hush, the wind holds its breath, and still the dreamers come. Some leave offerings, bread, wine, feathers, songs. Others carve poems into nearby trees, lines that speak of hunger and awe, of memories not lived but carried like ancestral echo. A few bring drums and dance barefoot under the moon, hoping to stir the sleepers with rhythm older than language. None have succeeded, or so it is said. But now and then, in the early hours before dawn, when fog creeps like pale fingers across the land and the tomb breathes frost into the air, a shadow rises, briefly, impossibly, against the sky. A silhouette too large for man or beast. It lingers, then vanishes as if melting into the rock. Perhaps it is only dream residue. Perhaps the mind makes myths of emptiness. But the feeling remains, undeniable and deep, that something waits, that the land listens. That one day, thunder will crack the bones of the world open, and the giants, sleeping still in their stone-wombed chamber, will remember the weight of sky upon their shoulders. Until then, they sleep, and we dream of them. She was never meant to be remembered. The soil of Amphipolis had long forgotten her name. The wind brushed over her tomb in silence, as if sworn to secrecy. Time itself, so ravenous and insistent, paused at the threshold of her burial, repelled by something deeper than stone, older than dust. Beneath the tumulus, where marble lions once stood in solemn defiance, a vast hush lingered. It was the hush of deliberate erasure, a silence chosen, not by nature, but by those who feared her memory. In 2014, beneath the skin of the Greek earth, the tomb was opened. Light flooded spaces that had not seen it in 22 centuries. Archaeologists, careful, reverent, wide-eyed, stepped into chambers lined with gold marble, passing under the broken gaze of guardian sphinxes whose wings had been snapped in some ancient act of violence. These were not symbols of protection anymore. They were warnings. Their mutilation, like the others that followed, was no accident. The tomb was unlike any other. Grand in scale, its architecture whispered of royalty, of immense wealth and imperial design. Caryatids stood with upraised arms, half statues, half ghosts, marking the entrance into deeper shadow. Their faces were serene, their robes eternally still. Yet something about their gaze made men shiver. Beyond them, a mosaic floor of Persephone's abduction lay half-torn and faded, Hades in his chariot, the maiden lifted into the underworld, a myth carved into tiles, a mirror of the fate awaiting the one entombed here. But where her name should have been, there was nothing. The inscriptions had been scraped out, deliberately, meticulously, not worn by time, not eroded by weather, carved away with force and intent. The letters that once proclaimed her name, perhaps her titles, her deeds, her lineage, had been obliterated. The wall was smooth now, erased, as if history had bitten its own tongue. Inside, scattered human remains awaited, bones fractured, burned, fragmented into 1,000 unreadable runes of silence. They were not arranged as one might expect for royalty. No laid-out skeleton, no ornate sarcophagus. Just pieces. Some claimed 5 bodies once lay there. Others swore it was one, cremated, then shattered, then interred. Perhaps a queen, perhaps a curse. The scholars proposed theories that it was Olympias, mother of Alexander the Great, slain by vengeful Macedonians after his death. That it was a Macedonian noblewoman executed with cruelty, buried with wealth and warning, that looters had come centuries ago and left only violence behind. But none of these stories sat easily in the bones. The truth was colder, less willing to be spoken aloud. For even her very identity, her soul etched in stone, had been excised. And so the whispers began. They called her the Ashen Princess, a woman of such fire that even in death, her presence scorched marble. She had lived in a time of unraveling empires, when gods no longer walked among men, but madness still did. Some say she was the last to carry the sacred bloodline of Olympus, descended from warriors and demigods, from witches and kings. Others claim she knew too much of auguries, poisons, betrayals, that she walked through palaces with words sharper than any dagger. Perhaps she loved someone forbidden. Perhaps she betrayed someone sacred. Perhaps she simply refused to bow. One tale, passed like breath from tongue to tongue in hushed villages near Amphipolis, speaks of a princess who commanded an army in her youth, her braids wound like serpents, her eyes reflecting the Aegean storm. She rode into battle on a black mare with a necklace of teeth around her throat, not to terrify, but to remember. She spoke with fire, loved with fury, and in the end trusted no one. Another says she died by decree of the elders, too defiant, too dangerous. They could not simply kill her. They needed her erased, so they burned her name from the stones, broke her statues, smashed her bones, and then they buried her in a tomb of unparalleled grandeur, not to honor her, but to contain her, a prison masquerading as a palace. Let her sleep amid the riches she once scorned, watched by sphinxes and trapped beneath centuries of silence. But still, she lingered. In the years after the tomb was unsealed, strange things were said. That night, guards refused to walk past the entrance. That camera feeds glitched at the same hour each evening. That the air inside remained unearthly cold, no matter the season. One worker, pale and trembling, left his tools behind and never returned. When asked what he saw, he only muttered, "Her shadow." She looked back. No one knew her face, but they all felt her presence. And yet, there was no inscription to name her, no epitaph to mark her lineage, just bone and ash and void. And in that absence, like the missing eye of a storm, something grew. A myth without anchor, a memory that could no longer be tied to truth. That was her revenge, perhaps, to become something more than mortal, to slip from the grasp of historians and into the dreams of poets. They searched the tomb for answers, and the more they searched, the less they understood. Each fragment of jewelry, each fresco, each grain of soil offered conflicting tales. She was mother, daughter, traitor, goddess, all and none. Her truth was scattered like her bones, burned and buried and broken. But what cannot be named cannot be forgotten. She returned in nightmares, in the hush before sleep, in the places where wind howls over forgotten stone. A woman with a face made of shadow, standing beneath marble arches, lips parted but voiceless. And still, the tomb waits. Its walls remain cold, its stones heavy with secrets. Rain seeps in through cracks and runs like tears down the caryatid's cheeks. The sphinxes guard nothing now, just time and memory, and the silence of a woman erased. But every now and then, a pilgrim comes, not a scholar, not a tourist, a mourner, someone drawn by something they cannot name. They stand in the doorway, feel the chill on their skin, hear the echo of sandals on marble, and wonder, not who she was, but why she was taken. And in that question, she lives again. The Ashen Princess, entombed not by stone, but by silence, not dead, but dreaming, and dreaming louder than all the kings buried in gold. In the chapel of St. Florian, just beyond the moss-covered stone walls of a sleepy village outside Krakow, the air carries the weight of centuries. Time folds upon itself in such places where candlelight still dances like trembling souls, and ancient voices whisper in the rafters. The church bells toll slowly, not for the living, but for those who never truly died. It is here that the ground remembers something it was not meant to remember, something it still tries to forget. The story begins in the year of our Lord, 1673, beneath a shroud of rain and weeping sky. Jan Leszczynski, a nobleman of influence and lineage, was buried in velvet robes stitched with golden thread beneath the hallowed floor of the chapel. The villagers gathered in silence that day, watching the pale-lipped priest mutter the rites, his voice caught between reverence and dread. For though John had been respected, perhaps even feared, there was something unspoken in the way people avoided his gaze in life, and now, in death, they refused to linger. The tomb was carved from black Carpathian stone, sealed with warm wax, and etched with a family crest, a lion with a broken chain around its throat. As the final hymn echoed across the pews, the sarcophagus was lowered into its recess beneath the altar. The candles flickered once, as if inhaling deeply. Then silence reclaimed the church. But silence does not always mean peace. 3 weeks later, on the eve of the feast of St. Michael, a boy named Tomasz crept into the chapel to retrieve a silver chalice he had forgotten during his altar boy duties. The night was unusually warm. The moon hung low, like an omen. As he stepped onto the altar, his feet slipped in something sticky. When he looked down, his scream tore through the nave. Thick red fluid seeped from the seams of the nobleman's tomb, pooling like a wounded wound around the flagstones. It had the deep, dark sheen of blood, clotted and warm. The scent was unmistakable: iron, salt, and something sour. The priest arrived minutes later, pale as linen, and whispered only 2 words. "It begins." The villagers remembered the old tales then, stories their grandparents whispered beside the hearth, tales of Strega and Upior, creatures who feed on the breath of kin, who do not sleep after death, whose hearts refuse to stop beating. They spoke of noblemen who dabbled in shadowed alchemy, who rode out under moonlight to consult the dead, who never cast reflections in still water. 2 days later, the tomb was opened under the trembling hands of the parish priest, 2 monks, and the village elder. They peeled back the seal with iron chisels, their prayers quivering in the thick air. What they found inside was not rot. Jan Leszczynski's face was unchanged, his cheeks full and lips moist. A deep crimson coated his mouth, staining the white silk that had once shrouded his jaw. His eyes were closed, but too gently, as though waiting to open. His fingers were curled, not in the stiffness of rigor mortis, but with the grace of sleep. A single drop of blood still glistened at the corner of his mouth. The villagers stepped back. The priest spoke first. "He is not dead, or if he is, he has not accepted it." The rites were performed again, this time older, darker, not Latin, but older than Latin, the kind whispered in catacombs when Rome still feared the night. Iron nails, forged in haste, were driven through John's wrists, his ankles, and finally through his throat. His mouth was stuffed with holy salt and garlic. A rosary was pressed into his chest, and the tomb was resealed with a crucifix of silver, bound in 7 sacred knots. For a while, the chapel was quiet, until the following winter when the blood returned. It came slower this time, but deeper, richer. It welled like sap from the cracks, dripping not just from the tomb, but from the altar itself. And always on full moons, always in silence. No howls, no winds, just the slow weeping of the stone. By then, the villagers refused to enter the church at night. Baptisms were hurried, masses were shortened. The priest aged in a matter of months, his hair turning white as frost. He began sleeping at the threshold of the tomb, with a candle lit and the Bible open at Psalm 91. Eventually, the tomb was sealed with stone and lead, not to be opened again. A second crucifix was mounted upside down above it, not in heresy, but in warning, and a silver chain was wrapped thrice around the base. On the door of the chapel, a warning was carved in Latin. He who lies here is neither living nor dead. Let him not be disturbed. But nothing stays buried forever. Some say that when the moon is fat and full, a red mist blooms behind the stained glass windows, casting strange shapes on the walls. Others say a heartbeat can be heard if one kneels by the altar, slow and deliberate, like the echo of something that should have ended long ago. A few even claim to have seen a figure at the far end of the church, tall and still, with hands that twitch and eyes that gleam in the dark. And there are whispers still. Whispers that Jan Leszczynski was not a man at all, but a thing born of pact and ritual. That he had walked between worlds, that he had no reflection, and his shadow moved slower than his body. That he had been buried once before, long before Krakow, and had clawed his way back. There is a legend now, passed from mother to child, like a lullaby sung through gritted teeth. Do not pray alone on the full moon. Do not light candles in the church after dusk. And if the ground begins to bleed, run. For beneath the chapel floor, the blood still sleeps, not dried, not gone, but waiting, thick as memory, patient as stone. And some nights, in the silence between prayers, you can hear the stone sigh. In the beginning, there was only silence, thick, choking, and absolute. Not the silence of a church, nor the hush before sleep, but the kind of silence that presses on your chest and listens back. In that stillness, beneath the cobbled arteries of Paris, past the bones of 6 million dead, there lies a passage that has no name. It is sealed in iron and forgotten brick, like a wound sutured in haste. Yet behind it, something breathes, something carves, something remembers. The catacombs of Paris are a city beneath the city, a necropolis more vast than imagination allows. Lamps do not flicker here, they surrender. The walls drip with the sweat of stone, and the air tastes of old earth and forgotten prayers. Visitors come in guided lines, snapping photographs beside artful stacks of skulls. But there are tunnels the guides do not speak of, tunnels that were never mapped. And of them, one has long been whispered of among the few who dare walk the bones by moonlight. They call it the Faceless Tomb. No one alive claims to have seen it, not officially. Even among the ossuary's curators, mention of it brings nervous glances and sudden silences. But deep within the archives of the dead, tucked between ledgers of names and burial records from the plague years, there is a torn journal page stained with mold and wax. It speaks of a chamber sealed in 1842, and it tells of statues, not saints, not angels, not demons, but men, women, children, sculpted in limestone, life-sized, all devoid of faces. Where features should be, there is only smoothness, like river-worn stone or the eggshells of unborn things. They kneel, they stand, they reach, but their gestures are twisted, silent cries, hands clutching invisible grief, mouths opened in eternal screams never formed. Who made them? One tale speaks of Etienne Durand, a sculptor who vanished in the spring of 1826. His grief was legendary. His wife and twin daughters swallowed by cholera, their bodies thrown into the mass pits before he could say goodbye. After that, he abandoned his commissions. They say he wandered the catacombs for weeks, whispering their names. Some claim to hear hammering echo from beneath their cellar floors long after he was gone. Others say he went mad, carving their likenesses again and again until memory distorted them, until faces became unbearable. Another version is colder. It tells of a time during the Black Death when the city, overwhelmed, chose anonymity. Thousands were buried without rites, names, or crosses. When the catacombs absorbed their resting places centuries later, a stoneworker, anonymous himself, sought to restore dignity to the nameless. But he dared not presume their features. Instead, he carved faceless effigies to remind the living of what had been stolen. Each one a prayer made in blindness. The truth is dust, buried beneath layers of official denial and yellowing parchment. But some things remain. In 1963, a fireman reported hearing the sound of chiseling while patrolling a closed corridor near the ossuary's southern end. He followed the sound through a crack in the masonry and found nothing but air and dust. A year later, a student from the Sorbonne went missing while filming a documentary in the catacombs. His footage, recovered weeks later, showed him entering a narrow passage flanked by sealed bones. At the end, the camera dropped. The final frame, a wall of pale limestone, freshly chiseled, marked with 5 smooth, oval depressions, as if 5 heads had leaned into the stone and never left. But no entrance was ever found. Yet even today, caretakers have reported strange occurrences near the sealed section. The iron gate, rusted shut since Napoleon's time, sometimes drips with condensation despite the bone-dry air. A scent of crushed roses clings to the stones there, a scent none can explain. And late at night, when the world above has forgotten what sleeps below, the echo returns. Tap, 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 like a chisel mourning in rhythm. They say the faceless tomb is still growing. Some believe it is haunted, not by ghosts, but by sorrow itself. A sorrow so ancient, so pure, that it takes form in stone. Others believe the statues are alive, not with breath, but with memory. That each faceless form is a vessel for a grief so deep it could not be buried. That to gaze upon them is to forget your own name, to trade your face for remembrance. One former worker, now long gone, claimed to have opened the passage once. His diary, hidden in an attic until found by his great-grandson, describes the chamber in broken verse. He wrote of a warmth within, unnatural and wrong, of whispers not heard with the ears but inside the mind, and of a single statue in the center of the room, taller than the rest, arms outstretched, as if welcoming the lost. He could not describe its face, for it had none. But he wrote that it knew him, knew his sins, knew his longing. He sealed the tunnel the next morning and never returned. The catacombs have always held secrets. Bones arranged like sacred wallpaper, inscriptions carved by candlelight, altars to saints long forgotten. But the faceless tomb is something else. Not a monument, not a warning, perhaps a mirror. For what is identity when all has turned to dust? What remains of us when names are eaten by time? A face is a fragile thing, skin stretched over bone, memory painted in shadow and light. But grief remembers differently. grief is shapeless, endless, and in the faceless tomb, it has found its form. If you ever wander the catacombs alone and feel a sudden chill behind a wall with no door, do not linger. If you hear the chisel's rhythm echoing in your chest, do not answer it. For it does not call your name, it calls your sorrow. It does not see your face, it sees your wound. And if you do find the passage, sealed in brick and iron, untouched for generations, walk away. For inside the statues wait, not with eyes, not with mouths, but with hunger, not to harm, but to remember, to take from you what time will take anyway, your face, and offer it back, carved in silence, forever faceless, forever entombed. They say the gods gave fire to man, and for that sin alone, the world has never ceased to burn. In the scorched highlands of ancient Phrygia, where the grass crumbles to ash and the winds carry the taste of iron, there lies a place no map dares mark. The shepherds do not pass it. The birds do not fly over it. It is a dome of stone, half swallowed by the earth, and yet as defiant as a blackened tooth left behind by something once divine. The peasants call it the tomb of the fire kings. And at night, when the winds change, the soil around it sweats heat. The stone hums, and if you listen, not with your ears, but your blood, you can hear it, a crackling like whispering flame just beyond the veil of the living. Long before the name Midas ever turned to gold in men's mouths, there was another line of kings in this land, nameless, faceless, swallowed by fire. No scripture remembers them, no song mourns them. But once, when a construction team carving into the Phrygian hills sought to expand a road through the valley, they unearthed a cavern that should not have been there. Its entrance had been hidden beneath fused rock, unnatural, as if the mountain itself had tried to seal away what was buried. Inside, they found not ash, but the mark of heat that never touched air. The walls were black, not painted, not burned, but vitrified, like glass birthed from a volcanic flame. Upon these walls were carvings of flame motifs, dancing tongues of fire etched in meticulous spirals, curling around human figures, kneeling, hands lifted in reverence or surrender. And at the heart of that stone chamber lay 3 skeletons, one large, 2 small, all burned. But what made them unforgettable was not the state of their bones, charred yet preserved without a trace of external burn on the surrounding chamber. It was the gold masks placed upon their faces, masks identical in form to those buried centuries later with the man called Midas. Yet these were older, much older. Carbon dating placed them 500 years before Midas was said to have walked these hills, before he wept at the curse of his golden touch, before his name became myth. And still, his face was here, impossibly here, cast in gold, sealed in a tomb that reeked of unnatural fire. The scholars came, then the silence followed. They tried to explain it, said the fire was internal, said the bodies combusted in a rare spontaneous chemical reaction. But no one explained how the tomb's timbers remained untouched, how no soot marred the entrance, how the stone around them had been scorched into something other, without signs of open flame, and how the children's masks bore the same sorrowful downward curl at the lips as the infamous Midas mask in the Ankara Museum, a likeness so precise, it was as if the same hand had carved both across centuries. The locals refused to go near. They had always known, they said, that the valley was cursed, that the wind sometimes hissed like breath through keyholes, that the cattle grew sick if they grazed too close, that at dusk the ground steamed even in the dead of winter. One old woman, bent like a shepherd's crook, whispered a tale passed through her family for generations, of 3 figures cloaked in red who lived in the valley when the world was young, a king and his twin sons. It was said the king sought knowledge not meant for men, knowledge from beneath. He descended into caves, made offerings of flame, spoke names that cracked the air like kindling. And one day, he returned changed. His hands glowed red for weeks. His breath melted snow. His voice no longer echoed when he spoke. It absorbed sound. He taught his sons the fire. They learned to speak to stone, to draw light from air, to summon heat without wood. But the earth groaned under their gifts. Crops failed, cattle miscarried, the rivers thinned. And one night, fire came for them. Not from above, not from man, but from beneath. The villagers said they watched the sky go dark, while the hill glowed from within. And when dawn broke, only stone remained, blackened, glass-like, humming. Some say the king's last words before the fire took him were a plea to be remembered, not with names, not with monuments, but with masks, that every gold likeness carved in his image would echo his soul, trapped, burning behind the metal for all time. And so they buried him, buried the sons, left the tomb unnamed, covered it in cursed earth. Let time try to forget. But time, like fire, does not forgive. It only smolders. When the archaeologists cracked the tomb, nothing unusual appeared at first. No treasure, no traps. Just the 3 skeletons and a feeling, heavy, electric, like standing too close to lightning. Then the dreams began. The lead archaeologist awoke screaming night after night. Said he saw children burning without sound. Said he felt heat rise from his own veins. Said gold bled from his eyes in the dreams and turned to ash on his pillow come morning. He quit the project, moved to Norway. No fire there, he said. Cold keeps the dead quiet. But the tomb remains, locked now behind iron gates, managed by a local historical society, visited only by the curious and the damned. It is not a tourist site. There are no brochures, only the hum and the carvings and the 3 masks behind reinforced glass. And still, at night, the guards report strange things. A warmth in the air, like breath on the back of the neck, the smell of burnt copper, and once, a sound, faint, like laughter from under stone. They seal the tomb again, but every seal has its cracks, and flame, like memory, seeps through. So now, when the wind rustles the grassless hill, and the moon hides behind clouds, and the old shepherds light their lanterns in trembling hands, they tell their children to hush, to listen, to remember that once, in the scorched womb of Anatolia, there were kings who touched the fire too early, and they are still burning, always burning, waiting, perhaps, for someone to light the world once more. In Kazan, when the snow still clings to broken roofs and the breath of the wind sings in minor chords, there is a silence that isn't empty, but full. Beneath the twilight of onion-domed mosques and the amber hush of twilight prayer calls, a chill lies deep in the earth, deeper than frost, deeper than bones. And beneath, one forgotten mosque, crumbling at its edges like a memory half-remembered, there is a chamber carved in devotion and fear. A crypt, they call it. A mausoleum, perhaps. But no body rests within. Only a sarcophagus, bare, smooth, untouched by decay, yet burnished like it's been stroked 1,000 times by invisible hands. Those who approach it do so with breath slowed, as though the chamber itself drinks from their lungs. The air changes, still, but not dead. There's movement, faint and rhythmical. Some say they hear a heartbeat, not their own, but deeper, foreign, ancestral. Others swear it is the whisper of Mongol chants, carried not by air, but memory itself. The kind of echo not born from sound, but from blood. The city above has tried to forget. Kazan has known the weight of conquest, the sting of fires, the bitterness of time's relentless passage. Churches and minarets rise beside each other like uneasy siblings stitched by empire and sorrow. But this tomb beneath the mosque, this wound beneath the stone, refuses to be buried. They say the last Khan of the Golden Horde lies here, not buried, not burned, not even truly dead, just waiting. It was in 1921, under the pall of the new Soviet dawn, that a government surveyor was sent to catalogue what remained of the old mosque. His name was Anatoly Rusanov, a quiet man, unmarried, fond of topography and silence. He believed in logic, in facts, in the red lines of revolution that erased the past. He carried maps and measuring rods, not crosses or charms. And he went down into the crypt alone, the air behind him sealing like a held breath. When he emerged, hours later, his face was ashen, his hair damp with sweat, though the day was cold. His tools lay abandoned below. He never returned for them. And though he lived for another 30 years in a quiet corner of the city, he never spoke again. Not a word, not a murmur. He'd sit by his window, eyes fixed eastward, toward the steppe. The official reports say the mausoleum is ceremonial, empty, harmless, a relic of barbarian superstition. But the old ones, who still speak Tatar, who remember the songs of their grandmothers, know better. They say the Khan was never buried, that the Golden Horde never truly fell. It simply went underground, like fire beneath ash. The sarcophagus, they whisper, is a vessel, not a coffin. It holds not a corpse, but a soul too fierce to decay. A conqueror who drank the sky and spat out cities. A horse lord whose veins carried storm and salt. His name is lost, burned from records, erased by Tsars and Soviets alike. But names are only shadows. Spirits remember themselves by other means. The mosque above has crumbled with the years. Bricks fall like teeth from a corpse long forgotten. Ivy claws at the stone. The call to prayer no longer echoes from its minaret. But the tomb remains untouched, protected by something no state dares disturb. No one guards it, no locks bind it, and yet no one goes down, not even thieves. Some say the heartbeat grows louder on certain nights, when the wind is from the east, from the steppes where the horde once thundered like a god's drum. On those nights, dogs howl and babies refuse sleep. The air itself trembles, and the snow outside falls in perfect silence, as if listening. Others have tried, in secret, to test the tomb. A geologist in 1954 brought instruments to measure tremors. The seismograph paper tore itself into spirals. A folklorist in the 1970s recorded chants heard near the chamber. The tape hissed, rewound itself, then split. A teenage boy dared his friends to touch the sarcophagus one winter. He placed his hand on the lid and went still. When he turned, his eyes were glassy and wet, and he spoke a language none of them knew. He never remembered it afterward, but at night, he'd scream in sleep, galloping in place beneath his blanket. The elders say the Khan waits, not in slumber, but in stillness, like a drawn bow, his armies scattered, his empire dust. Yet the pulse remains. He listens for the wind that once called him to war. He waits for hoofbeats on frozen ground, for a sign that the world is weak again, that it has forgotten fear, And sometimes, those who pass near the mosque feel the need to kneel without knowing why. Is it madness, memory, or something more sacred and strange? Kazan is a city of layers, of blood and belief, conquest and conversion. But beneath its bones lies something deeper. Not a ruin, but a promise. A thrum beneath the earth, a name not spoken aloud, but carried in silence, like grief, like reverence. And so the tomb remains, empty yet full, silent yet echoing. It waits with the patience of stone, of history, of vengeance. Not every king is buried, not every war is over. And sometimes, in the dark before dawn, when the city is still, a faint chant can be heard by those who dare to listen. Not words, something older than language. The voice of a people lost to empire, and a warrior who would not die. He does not dream, he remembers. And in his remembering, the world begins again. They called her Citrain, a name spoken with hush and reverence through generations of sand-stained mouths in the shadows of Thebes. Yet no one knew what the name meant anymore. Perhaps she who gives milk. Perhaps she who held the pharaoh's breath. Her tomb bore no lineage, no priesthood sigils, no grand lineage etched across granite walls. Only a woman's name, and a warning that made even the most daring tomb robbers hesitate beneath the moon. Disturb her, and the sun shall forget its rising. In the necropolis of Deir el-Medina, where craftsmen carved eternity with chisels dipped in sweat and devotion, where laughter once echoed off limestone and incense mingled with stone dust, there stood a tomb too fine for its name, not a pharaoh's, not a high priest's. But this one, this tomb, glimmered with strange sacredness, as if the desert itself had built it, not man. Her resting place lay not among royals, but beside the artists who built them. The workers' village, small and self-contained, slept beneath the cliffs like a child curled against a mother's side. These artisans, men who painted stars upon ceilings and stitched spells into sarcophagi, they had seen divinity pass through their fingers daily. Yet it was Citrain's tomb that felt most holy. No great procession marked her burial, no funerary boat or bull sacrifice, only silence. And yet inside, silks of royal dye, amulets only worn by queens, lapis etched with protective prayers, and gold foil shaped into the eye of Horus. One item whispered of madness and mystery more than all: a cradle of alabaster carved into the stone floor, its hollow just wide enough for curled knees and aged arms. Where her body once lay, there was only emptiness now. No bones, no shroud, no dust, just the imprint, cold, curved, and waiting. Legends do not form from power, they form from silence. And in the quiet of this untouched tomb, the villagers whispered, she was nurse to Pharaoh Ramses. No, she was his mother's sister, or his dream guide. She vanished when the stars turned backward one night. She was buried twice, once in flesh, once in memory. The stories began with her milk, that her body flowed not just with sustenance, but vision, that the boy Pharaoh suckled not only food but destiny. Her presence was said to glow in the palace halls, unseen but felt. When Ramses wept, he cried for her, not his queen. When he warred, he carried her amulet beneath his armor. And when he finally ordered her tomb, he demanded it reflect the stars as she once showed them to him, upside down, reborn. And then, without warning, she disappeared. Some say she died in childbirth, though she had never borne her own. Others say she fled the palace, her heart too burdened with secrets. A few claim she was sacrificed, not murdered, No, but given as a vessel to carry the pharaoh's sins beyond the veil. One record remains, a short scroll found in a scribe's hidden niche speaks of a wet nurse granted royal burial rites, yet whose name must not be spoken during mourning. A woman who took in more than milk and gave more than life. The rest of the parchment had long since rotted away, but the ink had bled into the linen as if trying to stay. Centuries later, when sand began swallowing and spewing out history again, they opened the tomb during an excavation not meant to find anything so fine. Expecting pottery shards or forgotten scraps, the workers stood frozen as torchlight revealed those royal blue walls, painted lilies, winged serpents, and in the center, that haunting cradle. The scent lingered, faint rose oil, burnt myrrh, something metallic. And though no air had stirred there in millennia, one archaeologist swore he heard a soft hum, as if someone had just left. There was no sarcophagus, no remains, only that depression, perfect, untouched, as though time had bent around it, unwilling to disturb the shape of her absence. One man, a hieratic scholar, began deciphering the curse etched into the lintel. His voice faltered as he reached the final line. He stepped outside, lit a cigarette, never spoke of it again. That night, he packed his things and returned to the Nile's edge. Some say he took to wandering the riverbanks alone, muttering about how the stars had changed. The others who dared enter reported strange things, mirrors clouding in the sun, ink bleeding from scrolls, even a scarab turning to powder in one's hand. But none touched the cradle, not even to dust it. It seemed warm, soft, almost, as if it breathed. The tomb was resealed, not by order, but by unease. There were no press reports, no museum cataloguing, only silence again. And that is how the legend settled into the bones of the valley, deeper than bones, into the stone. Those who pass Deir el Medina today, on certain evenings when the cliffs burn red in twilight and the winds murmur low, sometimes hear the lullaby. Faint, wordless, a rhythm in the rock. Some say it is the cradle's memory rocking. Others say it is the nurse herself, singing still, waiting for the child she once held to return, not in flesh, but in echo. The sun has never forgotten its rising, but for those who have gazed too long into a tomb, it has shifted just slightly on its path. And as for the wet nurse of Thebes, whether she was servant or sorceress, vessel or saint, none can say. Her body may be gone, but her shape remains, cradled in limestone and legend. Perhaps this is the highest form of burial, not in gold or flesh, but in a story that no one dares end. The wind is old on the Isle of Ronay. It sings like a mourning mother across the heather, curling down from the cliffs in a breath older than kingdoms. They say if you sleep beneath the stars here, you'll dream in a language you've never known, and wake remembering a lullaby that your soul somehow recognizes. The moor swells and sighs with mist that never lifts, even in summer. And buried in its heart is a pit, lined with ancient stone, rimmed with sedge, and inside it, the curled remnants of something lost and weeping. They uncovered it in 1857, 3 shepherds and a rusted spade, digging for peat fuel near the coast. The soil gave way to the dark outline of a square, ringed in rough granite like a crude altar. And when they lifted the stones, 7 bodies, nestled like sleeping children, arms folded, knees tucked, each face veiled by their own hands, as though shielding their final vision from the world. A silence fell over the island that day. One of the shepherds fainted. The others crossed themselves with trembling fingers, for none of them could explain the tableau except through legend. Near the pit, half buried in moss and shadow, lay a flat slab covered in spirals. Pictish carvings, though no local had seen them in centuries. And deeper still, beneath the whirls and curling beasts, was a sentence, etched in a shaking hand, just legible in the dying light of dusk. We followed her in our sleep. The slab was dragged to the kirk, but it cracked in the cold night and was never deciphered further. The bodies, stiff with peat's dark tannins, were reburied hastily under stone. The men would not speak of it again, not even to their wives, not even at the inn. But stories travel on wind. Long before the pit was laid open, the elders told of her, the Silver Widow, a woman seen wandering the moors under moonlight, barefoot and pale, her hair loose like drift thread, and her gown stitched of frost. She did not walk like the living. Her feet left no prints. Her voice was a hum, a song always just beyond hearing. A lullaby older than Gaelic, older than Latin, older than bone. She came when the mist thickened, when children stirred in sleep, when fires sputtered low. They say she was once a mother who lost her babe to the sea and went mad with grief. Others claim she was never born of woman at all, but a remnant of something before men named things, a spirit of longing or mourning itself made flesh. What all agreed on was this: if you heard her song, even in a dream, you would rise. You would leave hearth and kin and walk, eyes open but soul far gone. You would follow her across heather and stone to wherever she called, and you would not come back. Those 7 in the pit, none could say who they had been. There were no records of missing villagers from that century, no signs of violence or burial ritual. Just the fetal curve of their forms and the eerie echo of that carved phrase. Historians came, called it folklore, ritual, hallucination. Theories were drawn like maps, but none could name the sadness that hung in the air above that place. It was not just death, it was devotion, as if they had gone willingly to someone they loved. The islanders speak little of it now, but every decade, almost to the year, something vanishes. A lamb found drowned in a ditch with no fence broken. A child stepping away from a campfire to relieve themselves and never returning. Always on the same night, the lunar high of Midsummer's Eve. Always in the same whispering fog. And in the mornings after, travelers to Rhone sometimes wake to find their boots caked with moss and peat, their limbs sore, their tongues humming a lullaby they do not know how to stop. There was one boy in 1923, Alastair, the schoolmaster's son. His father took him camping on the island for the boy's 12th birthday, near the ruins of the old watchtower. That night, under the vault of stars, Alastair heard singing in his dreams, a soft, mournful tune with no words, only ache. He dreamed of a woman dressed in moonlight, her eyes the color of sea glass, reaching out to him with hands that trembled. When he woke, he was standing ankle-deep in the pit, barefoot, his cheeks wet with tears. They found him that morning, swaying like a reed in the wind. His father carried him back to the village and locked him indoors for a season. But for years afterward, the boy would hum the tune in his sleep. He died at 30, having never spoken of the woman again. But in his final hours, he whispered something to the nurse who kept watch over his bed. She is still walking. The pit remains. No fence surrounds it. No sign marks its presence. Just a slight depression in the land, lined with stone that seems too deliberate for accident. Sheep refuse to graze near it. Birds do not sing overhead. Some say you can stand at its edge and hear breathing, soft and slow, rising from the earth like the exhale of a dream that never ends. The people of Rhone bury their dead far from it. And once a year, when the mist grows thick and the gulls fall silent, the oldest among them leave offerings at the moor's edge. A lock of wool, a carved spoon, a lullaby whispered into the wind. Not to appease her, but to remember. To remember the ones who walked too far into their dreams. The ones who curled beside her like children around a cradle. The ones who were not taken, but led. Led by longing, led by love. Led by the song of a grief so old and vast, it became a melody no heart could resist. And when the night grows long and sleep is deep, travelers say they feel something stir beneath them. A rhythm slow as breath, ancient as sorrow, as if the pit still dreams, as if those within it never truly left. So sleep carefully if you ever find yourself on the island, and if you hear her singing, and do not follow. Adopt the broken spine of the Pyrenees, where snow lingers like forgotten breath, and the wind sings lullabies in a language no living tongue remembers, lies the hushed ruin of Montségur. Its stone bones jut from the earth like a carcass defying time, draped in the silence of centuries. There, among the ash and whispers, rests a vault that no key may turn, its mouth sealed by flame, its secrets embalmed in stone. They say the mountain itself remembers. Every spring equinox, when the sun hangs briefly in perfect balance and the air carries the scent of thawing sorrow. The wind tunnels through the fortress's collapsed halls and broken chapels. It gathers speed as it descends, winding like a breath held too long until it reaches the chamber beneath. And then a hum, low, wordless, like a choir made only of echoes, like a prayer offered by the dead. This is the Whispering Vault. No one remembers when it was first sealed. There is no map to its door, only a jagged scar in the wall behind what was once the chapel altar, now overtaken by moss and the faded carvings of lilies and fire. Beneath it lies the tomb said to contain the last parfait of the cathedrals, the final holy man of a vanished faith, buried alive beneath the ashes of his burning brethren. They say he did not cry out as the stones were laid upon him, that he knelt in silence, eyes closed, hands folded around a relic no man was ever meant to see. The Cathars called themselves the good Christians, but the world called them heretics. To the church, they were an infestation of purity, too radiant, too incorruptible. Their sin was not corruption, but incorruptibility. When the Inquisition came in 1244, Montségur was the last light in a dying constellation. For months, the fortress held. Within its walls, the parfaits fasted, prayed, and waited, knowing their end had been written before the siege even began. They burned their books, they sang by candlelight, and they prepared one man for a death unlike the others. Legends say he was not chosen, but volunteered, that he saw the relic, not as a burden, but as a covenant. No one alive ever knew what it was. A fragment of heaven, some whispered, or the bone of a fallen angel. Others claimed it was an object so holy, so untouchable, that even the Cathars dared not speak its name. Whatever it was, it had to be hidden, not destroyed, for that would be blasphemy, but buried where no hands could reach. And so they built the chamber, deep in the belly of Montségur, a vault of stone, layered with ash, sealed with sorrow. The parfait entered willingly. Some say the walls were painted with symbols, wheels of fire, sons devoured by crows, tears etched in gold. Others say he sat upon a throne of salt and iron, the relic upon his lap, his mouth stitched shut by vow alone. When the fortress finally fell, the victors found no trace of the relic. What they found were corpses, ashes, and a silence so profound it unnerved even the inquisitors. 200 Cathars walked into the flames, hand in hand, singing. None recanted, none begged. But one was already gone, interred in the mountain, beyond reach, beyond redemption. Since then, strange things have been whispered about Montsegur. Pilgrims come not to pray, but to listen. On the equinox, when shadow and light are twin-faced, and the air carries something brittle and ancient, they gather near the vault's supposed mouth. They sit in silence. And when the wind begins to sing, they close their eyes and listen. Not just with ears, but with bones, with memory, with grief they did not know they carried. Some weep. Always, someone weeps. Not for anything they can name, but for something felt, like a love that was lost before it was ever found, or a truth too sacred to hold. One story tells of a monk in the 1700s who came in secret, drawn by dreams of burning stars and white-cloaked men with hollow eyes. He listened to the wind's hum and returned to his monastery mute, carving endless spirals into the walls until his hands bled. Another speaks of a woman who claimed the whispering gave her visions, of a garden made of light, a chalice bleeding gold, and a voice that asked over and over, "Will you carry it now?" But no one finds the vault. The path has vanished, as though the mountain itself protects what lies beneath. Those who search too deeply report strange sensations. The weight of unseen eyes, the scent of smoke where none should linger, and dreams in which they are kneeling in the dark, something warm and pulsing cradled in their hands. Yet no one has broken the seal. Perhaps it is not meant to be broken. Perhaps the relic, whatever it was, has become something else, absorbed by the bones of the parfait, or fused into the vault itself like a prayer turned to stone. Or perhaps it was never meant to be found at all, only remembered. That is the wound Montsegur carries, a memory sealed in silence, a truth entombed with the last holy man of a lost faith. Time gnaws at its stones, storms batter its crown, but the vault endures, and the wind remembers the song. Some say the hum is the parfait's voice, still singing after all these centuries. Others claim it is the relic itself, alive in the dark, waiting for the world to become pure enough to behold it. And some, the quietest of all, believe the sound is not coming from the vault, but from within the listener. That the relic was never a thing, but a knowing, a grace buried deep in the soul, waiting to be unearthed by grief and time. In the end, nothing is revealed. No secret is spoken aloud. Only the hum remains, low and eternal. So if you ever find yourself atop the ruins of Montsegur, on the day the earth stands still, listen carefully. Let the hum fill your ribs like cold wine. Let it wash over the aching corners of your memory. Let it carry you to a place where sorrow and sanctity are the same. And if tears come, let them fall. The mountain remembers, and the vault still sings. They say the jungle does not forget. Beneath its emerald canopy, where heat clings like a whisper, and vines twist like the hands of the dead, something ancient pulses beneath the soil. Something waiting. In the heart of Belize, amid the crumbling majesty of Lubantun, time stopped breathing nearly 1,000 years ago. But in 1924, time blinked. The explorers didn't know what they were walking into when they reached the ruins, only that something was calling. Not with a voice, but with a silence too thick to ignore. The air there felt wrong, too still, too quiet. Even the birds seemed to hold their breath. At the center of this forgotten Mayan city, beneath a stone that bore no name, they unearthed a tomb. Not a chamber of death, but something else entirely. A place out of step with reality. Inside, the walls were obsidian. Not stone, not brick, but a glistening, mirror-like black, absorbing light, swallowing the flicker of their lanterns. No mortar, no seams. As though the chamber had been carved from a single, endless block of darkness. In the center stood a throne of jade and ivory, carved in the likeness of a jaguar mid-pounce, its teeth bared, eyes inlaid with onyx. Upon it rested the object that would haunt the lives of all who saw it, a human skull, flawless and clear, cut from solid quartz. The Mitchell Hedges crystal skull, they would later call it, but names cannot bind what defies reason. It reflected no flame, it cast no shadow. When touched, it felt neither warm nor cold, simply absent, as if heat and chill refused to acknowledge it. And some swore they heard it whisper, not in words, but in thoughts that weren't theirs. Some dropped it and fled. Others could not look away. One man wept without knowing why. Another bled from the nose and would not speak for weeks. But it was Anna, the explorer's daughter, who claimed the skull watched her. She was only 17 then, her hands small and sunburned from the dig. She said it spoke in a voice that wasn't a voice, and told her things about the stars, about her mother's dreams, about the time a jaguar had once stared at her through the reeds. She'd never told anyone about that. The tomb, like the voices, has vanished from record. There are no official photographs of the obsidian chamber. No schematics, no coordinates, just a handful of tattered notes and an aging woman's recollection. And the skull, which changed hands and homes, always shadowed by doubt and disbelief. But the elders in the nearby villages, the ones who still light candles before entering the forest, whisper a different truth. They speak of the skull keepers, high priests, veiled in feathers and shadow, who did not worship the skull but contained it, who passed it from tomb to tomb, never letting it rest too long in one place, never letting it root itself into the earth, because once it rooted, it would wake. They say it is not an artifact, but a hunger, a memory left behind by something that should not be remembered. They say it was never meant to be seen in daylight. The jungle took the site back within weeks, not months, weeks. The tomb sank or vanished, or was never there at all. The stories shift like mist, but some believe that was the skull's doing, that it erased the place from time the way it erased heat from touch. There are no ruins to find now, only trees. And even they seem older there. Still, stories leak out. Quiet tales told in firelight, often ending in a hush. Of bones found far from burial grounds, hollowed clean and surrounded by stone arranged in jaguar shapes. Of voices in the foliage. Of glowing reflections seen where no glass should be. And always the same final line, muttered with eyes wide and unblinking. It's looking for someone. The skull never rests. That is the lesson. It travels, moves, finds new hands, new tombs. It does not age. It does not crack. Its smooth, eyeless sockets are portals, not windows. And what lies beyond them is not for us to know. Some think it chooses its keeper, that those who are meant to find it do, and that their lives unravel in quiet spirals thereafter. Not cursed, not in the storybook sense, but undone, tied too tightly to something that cannot die. Anna lived into her 90s. She kept the skull near her bed, wrapped in silk, hidden behind a panel in her bookshelf. She said she dreamed in languages she did not speak, that she saw a city beneath the earth, made of stars and bone, that the skull showed her things from before time had a name. She said it was lonely, and perhaps that is the worst truth of all, that it waits not to harm, but to belong. Some nights, deep in the jungle, a soft glow is seen between the trees. Not fire, not moonlight, something colder, a shimmer that moves like breath on glass. No path leads there, no compass will guide. Only those it wants will find it. And if you do, you must decide to guard it or to flee. But it always finds another. So now, let the jungle sleep. Let the vines wrap tighter around the bones of forgotten gods. Let the ruins whisper to the soil. And let the skull rest, for now, in whatever grave it has claimed as its own. But remember this, it does not stay buried. It listens. They say the tower breathes in silence. Not the silence of sleep, nor the hush of reverence, but the silence of things left buried. It settles over the stones like ash after fire, thick and breathless, as if the walls themselves remember too much. The Thames coils nearby, murky and grey, and the air seems always to carry a chill, no matter the season. Even now, so many centuries on, there are those who refuse to look too long at the bloody tower's stairwell. For it was there, one morning in the summer of 1674, that two small skeletons were unearthed, tangled in dust, curled as though in sleep, hidden beneath a staircase, long thought to be solid. The workmen paused, and then dropped their tools. Something had looked back at them through the gloom, something wordless, weightless, eternal. They whispered the names immediately: Edward, Richard, the vanished princes, the boys who disappeared. It was more than a century and a half since they'd last been seen, summer of 1483. The elder, Edward V, just 12, was meant to wear a crown. The younger, Richard of Shrewsbury, was barely 9. Sons of King Edward IV, nephews to the man who seized the throne from them, Richard, Duke of Gloucester, who became Richard III. Their uncle had taken them to the tower for their protection, so it was said. But in the weeks that followed, their laughter ceased, their windows were barred, and their servants dismissed one by one. By autumn, the boys had vanished altogether, as if dissolved into the very stone. No funeral, no confession, only that silence. History has a way of burying shame beneath stone, but legend is not so easily quieted. Over the years, rumors bloomed like ivy in damp corners. Some claimed a pillow had muffled their cries in the night, others that a dagger had found their hearts while they slept, and others, fewer, more fragile, suggested escape. That one boy was spirited away under cover of darkness, that changelings had been placed in their stead, that the bones discovered in 1674 were not the princes at all, but a tragic echo, convenient and unexamined. Indeed, when the skeletons were lifted from their shallow grave and reburied in an urn within Westminster Abbey, no forensic inquiry followed, no tests, no questions. It was as if the nation breathed a collective sigh of relief. At last, a place to lay their guilt, but silence, like ash, can be disturbed. In 1933, during a colder, more clinical age, a proposal surfaced. Examine the bones properly, test their age, their sex, the damage done. But Buckingham Palace refused. It would not be proper, they said. Let the dead rest. Yet the restlessness had already begun. That same year, 2 other graves were disturbed. At St. George's Chapel, Windsor, during renovations near the altar, workmen uncovered the remains of 2 children, buried hastily, far from ceremony. Again, the bones matched the ages. Again, no inquiry followed. Only a quiet reinterment and a subtle tightening of lips. Then Bermondsey, a dry well long forgotten, yielded more. Fragments of skull, the curved bones of youth, tangled in roots and damp soil. A third set, perhaps a fourth. Each time the tower grew colder. Each time its guards grew more hesitant to speak of what they'd seen. For it is said, and many have sworn it, that on nights when the river mist coils thick through Traitor's Gate, 2 boys can be seen walking hand in hand down the inner steps. One taller, with a crooked tilt of his head, the other small and fleet, pausing often to glance behind him. They do not speak. They simply descend, always toward the same shadowed stairwell, and then they vanish. Some say it is merely sorrow trapped in a loop, a memory etched so deep into the tower's stone that it must replay itself like a phantom heartbeat. Others believe the boys are seeking something, an answer perhaps, or justice, or simply someone brave enough to look, really look, beneath the stairs again. A former yeoman warder who served nearly 40 years once told his granddaughter a strange tale before his death. He claimed he once saw the boys while making his rounds on a moonless night. Not ghosts, he insisted, children, solid, real. But when he called to them, they turned, and their faces were wrong. Their mouths did not open. Their eyes held too many winters. And in their silence, he heard a plea not meant for the living. He never spoke of it again. His journal, discovered after his passing, ended with a final entry. There are graves that hunger still, some beneath stone, others beneath names. The tower does not take kindly to inquiry. Requests to revisit the urn at Westminster are still denied. Royal permission is required, and it is never granted. It is as if the mystery itself is being preserved, locked in amber, protected by centuries of discomfort and pageantry. What would it mean, after all, to uncover that the bones were not Edward and Richard, that their fates were not sealed in that tower, that history once again must rewrite itself? But the mist cares nothing for lineage. Some visitors to the tower report a strange feeling near the bloody tower steps, a sense of being watched, not malevolently, but with quiet yearning. Children's laughter is sometimes heard, faint as breath against frost. Others say their cameras flicker and fail, candles burn lower, dogs grow anxious and refuse to climb. One tourist, a historian from Prague, claimed to have dreamt vividly of the princes the night before his visit. In the dream, the boys were in a chamber lit by a single candle, reading from a book whose pages turned backward. When he awoke, he found bruises on his wrist in the shape of fingers. No one had touched him. The tower denies everything, of course, but sometimes denial is the most damning truth of all. So the stones endure, watching, waiting. The bones rest, or pretend to. And in the long sleep of the world, questions remain like embers glowing softly in the ash of time. Who were the skeletons beneath the stairs? Who buried them in haste, without right or name? And what became of the true princes, if not silence? Perhaps the tower itself knows. Perhaps the river does. Or perhaps 2 boys walk still, hand in hand, into the fog of every century, searching for the night the world forgot them. And the stairs wait, unmoved. They say the wind does not whisper in the cliffs of Chachapoyas. It sings, but not a melody for men. No, it sings to the stone, to the ancient bones, to something old and listening beneath the mountain's skin. And if you stand long enough in the brittle mist, with your ear to the wall, you might hear it. 1,000 faint sighs trailing on the breath of centuries. The murmurs of skulls left watching, waiting, remembering. Long before the Andes rose sharp as spears into the clouds, long before conquistadors etched their iron desires into the soil, the people who walked these highlands, the Chachapoya, were carving their legacy not into earth, but into sky. They were the warriors of the clouds, as the Inca called them, not for conquest, but for the places they chose to bury their dead. Places where even the wind struggled to reach, places no man could climb. And in one such place, long forgotten and shielded by time's indifference, a tomb was found. If such a word can name a thing so eerie, so deliberate, so hollow of comfort. It was 1997, and the jungle wept with its usual humidity, ferns weeping into gorges where vines strangled the remnants of civilizations. An accidental glance, jagged opening where birds refused to nest, led explorers to a sheer face of limestone, sun-bleached and trembling with lichen. Ropes were cast, metal screamed against stone, and human hands finally touched what hadn't been touched in hundreds of years. Inside, silence. Not a silence of emptiness, but one thick with watching, with judgment. The cave widened like the gullet of a giant beast, devouring daylight in slow gulps. And there, in its belly, they found them. Over 1,000 skulls, stacked, aligned, turned inward, not toward the light of the entrance, but toward the back of the cave, as if attending a sermon none could leave. Skulls upon skulls, drilled with perfect holes through their crowns, like flutes with no song. Some still bore traces of red pigment, a crimson powder that smeared like dried blood beneath a torch's breath. Others had been cracked cleanly, purposefully, as if the mind had to be freed to hear something deeper. But there were no bodies, no femurs or ribs, no shrouds, no names etched into urns or offerings of pottery. Only skulls with their hollow eyes fixed forever on the mountain's dark heart. Scholars debated, as they always do. Some claimed the holes were for hanging, skulls tied with cords, suspended in some forgotten ritual, a macabre chandelier of remembrance. Others whispered about sound, how a chant through a drilled crown could echo, reverberate, carry prayers deeper into the rock, perhaps to awaken the gods beneath the stone. There were recordings made where low throats hummed through the skulls, and the tones twisted, haunting, dissonant, hypnotic, as though the mountain was being spoken to in its own dead tongue. But the locals, descendants of those who once lived in mist-draped citadels, they spoke only in quiet. They would not climb to the cave. They would not enter. They called it La Boca del Silencio, the mouth of silence, not because it could not speak, but because what it said was never meant for the living. Legends tell of a time before betrayal, when the Chachapoya made offerings not in death, but in trust. The mountain, Apuyana, was their protector. He gave rain to the maize, fog to the moss, and dreams to the shamans. But then came a war, not of swords, but of oaths broken. A chieftain, a keeper of sacred lines, had sold a map to outsiders, lowlanders with fire in their hands and gold in their teeth. The tombs were breached, ancestors disturbed, and the mists fled from the cliffs like ghosts from a burning house. In penance, the tale goes, the people offered the heads of the oath-breakers. Not just one or two, but whole lineages. Every cousin, every nephew, every child tied to the betrayal was led, blindfolded, up the secret path. Their bodies were burned in a fire so hot it left no ash. Their skulls were cleaned, polished, and set facing the heart of the cave. Not as punishment, but as guardians. As voices eternal, reminding the mountain, we remember. We will not betray again. But others say the truth is darker still, that it was not punishment, but plea, that something was unleashed in the stone when the tombs were opened, a spirit older than the chachapoya, bound by teeth and bone, called awake by the scent of spilled lineage. And so, the skulls were offerings, not of penance, but of appeasement, not to remember, but to forget, to make the mountain sleep again. The deeper explorers went into the tomb, the colder it became, not by degree but by dread. Breath turned to mist, lights flickered, though batteries were fresh. One man swore he saw movement, a faint shift of the skulls, as if they turned slightly, together, when backs were turned. Another dreamt for weeks of a mouth in the stone, wider than the cave, whispering in syllables he could not speak but could never unhear. And always, the wind, not from the entrance, but from deeper still. A breath exhaled by something unseen, a song with no source, a sigh that never ended. Years have passed, and the cave has been sealed again, not by authorities, but by vines, by moss, by the very mountain that once opened its mouth and let men peer into its truth. No new explorers come. The locals will not speak of it. The jungle has retaken the path, and the mist now hides the cliffs like a mother shielding her children from a long-awaited reckoning. But still, on certain nights, when the moon is a sliver and the fog lies heavy like a burial shroud, there are those who swear they hear it, a voice, not one, 1,000 mourning, chanting, watching. And when the wind from the Andes sweeps down, rattling dry leaves and stirring the moss, like old breath, it carries with it a memory not written in books or etched in stone, but in the silent, sacred arrangement of skulls turned inward, towards something we were never meant to awaken, towards something still waiting. In the cold heart of the mountain, they say the air still carries it, the scent of rust and roses, a sweetness laced with something iron, like a kiss bitten by memory. And in Nuremberg, where the stones themselves hold secrets, there was once a vault so tightly sealed by the past that the present forgot to breathe, until 1802, when the earth loosened its grip just long enough for the dead to whisper. It was summer, dry and warm, when the workers came to lay the new foundations near the old wall. A tap of the pick, a hollow echo beneath the soil. They unearthed a seam in the rock, mortar crumbled like ash. Behind it, a chamber carved with care. No records, no markings, no doors, only silence and the smell of old blood. The lanterns flickered as they stepped down, light licking the walls with golden tongues. And there, in the center, stood the maiden, the Iron Maiden, a towering sarcophagus of rusted metal, her face carved into a grim mask of false mercy, her arms outstretched like a mother welcoming her child, her doors ajar like a sigh not yet finished. Inside, needles of iron jutted from the hollow embrace, and clinging to them, a skeleton, its spine bent unnaturally, as though the very moment of agony had been sealed like wax. But she was not alone. Two more bodies lay nearby, one slumped against the maiden's flank, skull shattered but punctured cleanly at the ribs, as if pierced mid-fall. The other lay prone on the stone floor, arms curled around her midsection, a tattered remnant of crimson fabric still tangled around brittle limbs. This last one, they say she wore noble garb, silk, though dulled by centuries. Gold embroidery threaded into the hem, a family crest no historian could match. But her dress was 300 years too old. The chamber was dated by its architecture, brickwork and arching patterns that spoke of the 1400s. And yet she, the woman in red, wore the fashion of the late 1100s, when emperors still fought with popes, and cities were still whispered into maps by candlelight. 3 dead, 1 inside the maiden, 2 outside, all pierced in the same places, wounds that matched the spikes like echoes in a well. No one knew who they were. No records of executions, no accounts of a trial, no tombstone, just a sealed chamber hidden for nearly 400 years beneath the cobbled bones of Nuremberg. Some say it was an execution, a punishment for betrayal, for heresy, for something darker. Perhaps the one inside had been the condemned, and the other 2, priests, torturers, witnesses. But then, why were they pierced too? Why no chains, no signs of struggle, no tools save the maiden herself? Others believe it was a ritual, that the Iron Maiden was not simply a device of cruelty, but of transformation, that the woman in noble garb had not been punished, but offered, that the 2 outside were her guardians or acolytes or lovers, that they had opened the maiden's mouth not to silence her, but to awaken something within. There are stories older than the tomb, whispered by grave diggers and passed between stonecutters, that deep beneath Nuremberg, a noblewoman fled the wrath of the emperor, that she had taken something, an object or a secret or a soul, and that 3 loyal protectors followed her into exile. The tale fractures here. In one version, she offered herself to a machine said to house the will of saints. In another, she was betrayed, forced into the maiden while the others begged. But in every version, the air turned sweet and metallic. The workers who discovered the tomb in 1802 were said to have sealed it again by dusk. One went mad within the week, screaming about breathing walls and silent screams. Another died of fever before year's end, claiming in his delirium that he could hear iron groaning beneath his floor. A third vanished entirely, last seen placing roses in a vase without water, smiling. The city ordered the chamber sealed, not with stone but with concrete, poured deep and cold until the vault became just another buried regret. No plaque marks its place. The church denies its existence. The state does not list it. But locals, they remember. Some say on summer nights, when the ground is warm and still, the scent rises, soft, elusive. A mixture of old rust and something floral, something human. Children walking home late swear they've seen a figure at the old wall, cloaked in red, her face hidden, her hands not quite touching the ground. They call her the Maiden's Bride. There are those who claim she was no victim, that she was a priestess of pain, an initiate into something deeper than death, that the Iron Maiden, for all its horror, was not merely a weapon, but a doorway, that to be pierced by it was to be rewritten, not ended. The blood left inside it was not just human. It was an ink of sorts, a contract, a hymn. And perhaps that is why the chamber was sealed, not to bury the crime, but to contain the covenant. Those who believe speak of symbols etched beneath the rust, cliffs lost to history, curved like petals, barbed like thorns. That the 3 who died had knelt together, whispering verses as they bled. That the door of the maiden closed not with a clang, but a sigh. In the hush that follows midnight, if you listen beneath the stone, some say you can hear it still. The sound of breath, a slow inhale, metal shifting softly, as if stirred by dreams. No one will excavate it again. Laws forbid it. The plans are lost. But maps drawn in blood never truly fade. And when the scent comes, when rust and roses meet in the air like old lovers reuniting, those who know simply lower their heads. They speak no words. They offer no theories. They place a rose on the ground and step away. Because some tombs are not meant to be explained. Some are not even meant to be opened. They are meant to be remembered. By the weight in your chest, by the hush in your voice, by the way your shadow grows longer as you pass. Beneath Nuremberg, beneath stone and silence, something once sighed. And it waits still. Not for the curious, but for the faithful. They say the tomb is carved from silence itself. Not chisel, not fire, not time. Just silence, pressed into limestone until it split like a breathless confession. It lies beneath the olive-laced hills of Jerusalem, where the dead gather in terraces, their bones nestled into the slope like slumbering prayers. Above it, the wind murmurs through branches that have known prophets, conquerors, and grief. Below, in the belly of the stone, lies a mystery older than memory. There is no door, no seam, no crack, no hinge, only a perfect face of rock, unmarred and solid. Yet behind that wall, a chamber exists, a hollow space, smooth and symmetrical, unfathomably precise. No tunnel leads in, no tunnel leads out, and yet, inside there is something, a chamber that should not exist. They call it the tomb of the waiting silence. The first whispers came from the gravediggers, men who spent their lives among bones and scripture. One winter, as the rains softened the earth and loosened secrets long buried, their shovels struck nothing, just open space beneath solid rock. Startled, they fetched the rabbis, and the rabbis fetched the engineers. They came with their machines, the ones that could see through stone. What they found was not absence, but intention, a chamber, perfect and warm, not naturally formed, not a cave nor a sinkhole, something made. But made how? And more frightening, by whom? The chamber was empty, save for a single ossuary, placed at the center, as if laid upon an altar. The machines picked up no markings, no inscriptions, just stone and warmth. Even when the winter winds clawed through the valleys, the radar flickered with an odd glow inside the chamber. Not fire, not decay, just warmth, steady and soft, as if the stone remembered a body that had never cooled. The archaeologists refused to go further. They said they could not excavate what had no entrance. To reach the tomb would be to break it, to wound it. But some believed the greater wound would come from opening what was never meant to be touched. One rabbi, old and nearly blind, was said to have wept when shown the scans. He touched the image with trembling fingers and whispered only, "This is not a place for the living." When asked why, he said, "Because whatever was buried without a way in may also have no way out." The phrase echoed down Jerusalem's ancient alleys, spreading like incense. No way out. Children dared one another to sleep near the site. Pilgrims left stones, not as offerings, but as warnings. And the devout turned their backs when passing it, reciting psalms beneath their breath. But the tomb did not stir. It simply waited. A generation passed, then another. The gravediggers changed, the city changed, the olive trees thinned. But the tomb remained. Machines came again, sleeker, colder. They confirmed the same chamber, the same heat, the same stillness. The ossuary still rested at the center, untouched by time. One man claimed he heard something faint when the device swept past, a low hum like chanting beneath water. But his colleagues heard nothing. Years later, another rumor surfaced. A young woman, a student of ancient languages, had wandered the hillside late one dusk, lost in translation and thought. She said she felt drawn to the tomb, not by sight, for it looked like any other slab of limestone, but by silence. A silence so deep, so perfect, it swallowed her footsteps and stilled her breath. She claimed to have touched the face of the stone and felt warmth, not cold like rock, but warmth pulsing beneath her palm, as if something inside had stirred at her presence. She collapsed that night with fever and dreams, spoke in tongues for 3 days. When she woke, she refused to ever speak of the tomb again. The priests say she was marked. The scientists say she was dehydrated. But neither could explain the voice she scrawled on her notebook, trembling and unfamiliar. Do not open what watches from within. No one has tried to open it, not yet. But still, the question festers. What lies inside? There is something ancient and terrible in the idea of a tomb that builds itself around its occupant, that seals from within. Not a prison, not a resting place, a vessel, a waiting, a vow made in stone. Some say it is the burial of a fallen angel, one who tried to return. Others claim it holds a prophet who never died, whose breath still curls in the chamber like incense in a temple. A few whisper it is the grave of a name, spoken once by the wind and never again. But the most enduring tale is the one almost never told, except by the oldest shepherds and the most superstitious monks. They say there was once a man who desired to escape death, not through elixirs, nor sorcery, nor conquest, but through silence. He believed that if the world forgot him, if his name passed no lips, if his bones were hidden beyond all doors, he might escape the eye of the angel. He wandered to Jerusalem alone and wept upon the Mount of Olives. And in the night, the earth heard his sorrow and opened its stone around him. No grave was dug, no funeral held. He simply vanished. But the angel still saw, and the tomb was sealed, not to protect the world from him, but to protect him from what follows after. They say he waits inside that chamber without doors, trembling with breath that never stops, waiting for time to end or his memory to fade. But time is cruel, and memory clings. So the tomb remains, untouched, unopened, unbroken. And beneath the hills of Jerusalem, something warm and silent lies in stone. Perhaps one day someone will break the rock. Perhaps they will find only bones. Or perhaps they will find nothing. Or perhaps they will find a man, still waiting. But tonight, the wind curls over the mount, and the olive trees whisper prayers in a tongue no longer known. The grave diggers leave their tools respectfully distant, and the night deepens around the tomb of the waiting silence. A tomb without a door, a silence that watches back.